TV33 family when you hold your own Facebook watch party. Connect all your friends with our friends, and we can have a watch party together. Watch your favorite TV shows when you want, how you want, with your favorite people. Here's how it works. Log on to Facebook/TV33WHPR, the one with the blue WHPR logo. Like us. Click the word videos with the red tag that says live. Click the share button at the bottom of the video player and select Start a Watch Party. Invite whoever you want. Your party will be recorded and archived for playback anytime you want. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. At the end of the month, the viewer that has the most people at their watch party will be invited on the TV show live. Come on, let's have a party.
'Tis the season for unique and beautiful gift items. If you've ever stood in a greeting card aisle searching for the perfect card that echoed how you felt, but still couldn't find what you were looking for, then Designs by Deej is for you. We are a greeting card and gift shop that specializes in unique and three-dimensional handmade greeting cards for all occasions. These are not your cookie-cutter cards that are slid through a printing press. Nope, we offer one-of-a-kind keepsake items that will make excellent decor items for your mantle or coffee table. The enticing sculptural beauty of one of these works of art begs to be displayed, not only for its aesthetic, but to remember the thoughtfulness of the one who gave it. This holiday season, choose Designs by Deej for all of your handmade needs. We also take custom orders. Can't choose that option in stores? Call Designs by Deej today at 601-451-9536 or visit us on the web at www.designsbydeej.com. Also, check out our brand new illustrated gift items.
Pick up your copy of the Son of Man Speaks magazine today. With the Son of Man Speaks magazine, you will receive automotive tips, wholesome recipes, financial advice, and most importantly, a true understanding of the Word of God. Get your copy of The Son of Man Speaks from these select locations. Sisters, Braid 2, 18070 Mount Elliott, the Shell Gas Station, 13110 West 7 Mile Road. To get a subscription, call 601-786-9788. That's 601-786-9788. The Son of Man Speaks magazine, dedicated to becoming free indeed.
SOS Graphic Design provides agency-quality professional graphic design services from established companies to startups and individuals, creating a simple logo to complete rebranding and delivering visual communication with print media. Everything SOS Graphic Design does has a single unifying objective: to set your business apart. We are at your service. Call 313-342-2166. That's 313-342-2166, or online at www.sosgraphicdesigns.com.
Well, we're moving on up to the east side. You see lots of apartments in the sky.
Come check out the new Sisters Braid 2 Hair Braiding and Natural Hair Care Salon, located at 18070 Mount Elliott Street. Our new salon is spacious with adequate parking, Wi-Fi, and all brand new state-of-the-art salon equipment. Come meet your local hair braiders and natural hair care specialists, and check out our many hair services, such as hair treatments, box braids, cornrows, tree braids, Havana twists, children's braids, natural twists, lock extensions, kinky twists, goddess locks, updos, full weaves, and more. Please feel free to visit us on the web at www.sistersbraid2.com or call 313-826-0498. Here at Sisters Braid 2, we offer exceptional care for exceptional hair. We look forward to seeing you. Sisters Braid 2 is a proud recipient of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund.
We would like to invite you to help support the efforts of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. Visit the website at www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. That's www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. livestreaming.com. We often hear how we need to work together and rebuild the city, and we're actually doing it. You can make online donations and click on links to track the progress of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. And for more information, 313-868-0000 is a local number. Again, 313-868-0000. Support the Unity and Rebuilding Fund.
WGPR Detroit, HD2.
You're watching WHPS, Highland Park, Detroit.
FM 88.1 WHPR, Highland Park. WVIE 107.3 FM Charlotte, Amalia, Virgin Islands. Brothers and sisters, are you tired of reading the Holy Scripture?
Conference recording started. Conference recording started.
You ever tested that what you feel you know with someone
The
else?
recording has started.
Then you're home? Then let's talk with one another. Then let's reason with one another on a scriptural discussion with the Son of Man every Wednesday at 9 p.m., Friday at 9 p.m., and Sunday at 12 noon on WHPR TV Detroit Live, 88.1 FM WHPR. Why don't you call and discuss the Holy Bible? And if you have one, the Holy Quran, and come to an agreement about the Holy Scriptures and their true meaning. You can call them live on the air at area code 313-868-4336. 313-868-0342 or 313-868-0351. That's 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342 or 313-868-0351. And now, let's go live with a scriptural discussion with the Son of Man.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, the Truthful, and the Most Just. I greet all of you once again who are hungry and thirsty for truth and righteousness. I greet you all with the greeting words of peace. May Allah's Salam Alaikum. I want to give those who have maybe studied over something I'm teaching and have some disagreement. I want to give you the opportunity to put it forth. We are judging the world, and if you have some evidence that I am not what I claim to be, if you have evidence that I'm not the Son of Man, you can bring it forth now. So I'm gonna tell you something. It does not. It's not an ego thing with me. What I think I am, then I'm deceiving myself. Someone that may know the truth, they can help me. You know, in I think psychology, delusions of grandeur. I mean, when a person, from the sounds of that definition, I haven't went into the clinical or definition of it, but when I hear that term, it is simply saying that a person in their own mind, while not necessarily in the minds of peers, have convinced themselves that they are more grand and more intelligent and more of something special than they really are. And they call it delusions of grandeur. And so I'm not, I never did think much of myself in the first place. That's why a lot of the things that I knew how to do, I kind of just played it down and kept quiet because, I was always what you call shamefaced it, to go out in front of people and put on about my personality, because most of my life, people always was full of criticism for Black people, and even Black people when I was around people in school and whatnot. Even though I took part in it, and sometimes I was the butt of ridicule, and it kind of make you shy away from getting out trying to do something, And so the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he taught me that, Allah had blessed me with gifts, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. You get out and use your gifts that Allah gave you. And he taught me that not only are you not a Negro, that you are the God. And you run around here looking for something to bow down to. He said, and you the God. And that took me years and years to finally understand what was meant by that. And so, but anyway, I'm pretty comfortable in my skin now. So, any of you that think you have something that you want to bring up to show me that I'm not what I think I am, because I told you I'm judging you. So if I'm not the judge, then you better speak up. Yes. Okay. Just be ready to do what you need to do with these people. Go ahead.
I had a question. I had bought this hand sanitizer, small bottle, and it didn't say glycerin in it, but the big one said glycerin in it. I wanted to know if do it have glycerin in the smaller one just because it didn't say it? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Is it the same brand?
Yeah, the same brand, original, Germ-X.
And if it's Germ-X and it has glycerin in it, all glycerin does not necessarily mean it came out of pig or whatnot. Maybe some of the let's see, Sister Ida, if you're listening, would you kind of chime in on this? I always rely on our chemistry. Danielle, either one of y'all, could you tell us a little bit? What's the brand?
Germ-X.
Germ-X.
Salam alaikum.
May wa alaikum salam.
Okay. Yes, sir. What you would have to do, brother, is you would have to call Germ-X and ask what is the source of their glycerin. Glycerin can come from a byproduct of animal fat. It can be synthetically made, or it can come from plants or vegetables. So you would have to ask them what is the source of their glycerin. I know previously some of the believers have used Germ-X before, but but I don't. I just use regular rubbing alcohol and put that in a spray bottle or something. But I can call in on it and maybe have that information for you possibly by Wednesday.
Okay, so don't throw it away quite yet, brother. So they gave me some here that has glycerin in it too, and I assume they checked it out. This is hand sanitizer. It does not say who it's made by. So, but we take seriously Allah's word when He said, of the swine, though it divided the hoof, yet it cheweth not the cud. It is unclean to you. You shall not eat of their flesh, nor touch their dead carcass. And if you're not able to touch their dead carcass, you're not able to extract glycerin from them and use it. So we don't use the byproducts that come from swine because Allah told us it is unclean to us. And so we obey that. Yes, what is it?
May Allah Assalamu alaikum.
May wa alaikum Allah salam. May wa alaikum Allah salam.
When we checked that Germax a couple years back, it was not an animal product that glycerin was. I think it was synthetic.
Just a moment. You say you believe it was. Now, do you know or do you believe?
I know it wasn't an animal product. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it was plant-based or synthetic, but they said it was not animal product.
Okay. All right. We got our answer then. All right. So you can use it when you need to, brother. All right. Is there anything else anyone wanted to ask me? And thank you, brother.
Am I on?
Yes, sir. You on? What is it?
I heard in one of your commercials you said you had recipes. Was that in your newspaper?
A recipe?
Mama Speaks?
Wait a minute. What kind of recipe? What are you talking about?
I don't know. I heard in your commercials. Your commercial, it said y'all had recipes. In one of y'all news, was it a newspaper?
Well, those who yes, we have some in the. I don't forget which one I'm do the recipes, and I think it's Sister Karen. But yes, you can get recipes out of there, and if you're following me, you probably already should have a little stack of recipes of things that we eat and what we don't eat, and how to prepare different meals and whatnot. So if they haven't sent you a packet and you're one of my followers, then you need to say that now, and we can get you your lessons. But yes, you can get some recipes. All right. Was there anything else anyone wanted to? Okay. Well, I want to, they say hindsight is 20/20. And what that means is, it's just like when people make prophecies. The scripture says if a prophet if someone claimed to be a prophet and they prophesy something that don't come to pass, then you don't have to be afraid of them. You know, remember the scripture says that the whole duty of man is to fear who? Fear God and keep his commandments. And God said he called them gods to whom the word of God came. Now you see why it said don't fear him. uh, because if he was a true prophet, if the truth was with him, then yeah, you better fear him because that's God among you. But you got all these false prophets out here, you know, and they got people thinking that whatever they say is right and that's it, whatnot. Now they done found out that all them false prophets who was predicting that Donald Trump was going to win the election, going to win the second term, didn't say he was going to steal it. You didn't say he was going to steal the second term. You said he was going to win a second term. Well, he lost. So what does that make you who prophesied of him winning? And those who foolish enough to keep on following you, well, that's them. Nobody here to. This is the 18th chapter of Deuteronomy. It says, when a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken. But the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him. Huh? What have I spoken that didn't come to pass? I told you I'm the Lord. What have I said about anything or anyone that did not come to pass? That's why I throw you behind in hell when you come in here disrespecting me. Because you know better. Not only do I kill your lie, then I can cast your behind into hell. And if you don't believe I have that power, you get in there clowning. You change your mind when Allah get through with you. So I'm going to now bring up a few reminders here. These are things that that you should remember. So let's take them one by one. Okay. Let's see. You know, when people lie to you, you won't know they lied to you unless you keep up with what they've been saying. And you have to kind of be watchful, mindful. Let's see here. we have quite a few things here that we want to like I was telling you, many people, their attention span is like a child. You can take a child and something very dangerous to him could be about to happen to him. And if you don't want him to think about it, you can quickly get his attention to something else, because his mind is not such that can reason about what's important to focus on. Of course, I'm not like that. You can't do that to me. I'm the kind of person that I don't let people tell me what's important to focus on. I let Allah tell me what's important to focus on. Well, let's see here. Let me see. You all give me a minute. I'm trying to put this in the order where I can just go from one to the other and help you to understand what's been going on here. Okay. So just give me a minute. Did someone else have a question while I'm putting this stuff in order here? And I'm okay. Now, remember, I was telling you about hindsight. Hindsight is 2020. So sometime as I was just thinking about that, it makes me wonder if that's why they call the broadcast 2020. One of them broadcasts used to come on called 2020. Remember that? Looking at things that's done happened historically and bringing them into focus. Huh? Okay. Let's go with some hindsight on now this is very important.
With only 7 weeks until the November election, President Trump's own words might have become his biggest obstacle.
In the early months of the pandemic, President Trump tried to reassure Americans that COVID-19 would disappear, praising his own administration's response.
I think it's going to work out good. There's no reason to panic because we have done so good.
But those comments now face a renewed scrutiny as audio from a private interview with veteran reporter Bob Woodward showed Trump admitting he knew of the serious threat COVID presented, including airborne transmission.
That's a very tricky one. That's a very delicate one. It's also more deadly than your strenuous flus.
The admission calls it a question.
Now, just a moment. Even the start of that broadcast is in the scriptures. It's I'm going to slow this down a little here because I want you to digest what's being said here. Now, listen to the commentator, how he starts off.
7 weeks until the November election, President Trump's own words might have become his biggest obstacle.
In the book of Matthew, the 12th chapter, it says in the 34th verse, I'm going to start reading there. It says, "O generation of vipers." You know, a viper is a poisonous snake. It says, "How can you, being evil, speak good things? For out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh." You know, con men, they say a lot of good things to you, but they just lying. Huh? A good man out of the good treasure of his heart bringeth forth good things. And an evil man out of the evil treasure bringeth forth evil things. But I say unto you that every idle word that men shall speak. What is an idle God? A false God. Well, now you know what an idle word is. What is that? A false word. Every idle word, every false word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment, when tape recorders and videos recording everything that they say. Huh? You can't lie now. Listen.
Only 7 weeks until the November election, President Trump's own words might have become his biggest obstacle.
In the early months of the pandemic, President Trump tried to reassure Americans that COVID-19 would disappear, praising his own administration's response.
I think it's going to work out good. There's no reason to panic because we have done so good.
But those comments now face a renewed scrutiny as audio from a private interview with veteran reporter Bob Woodward showed Trump admitting he knew of the serious threat COVID presented, including airborne transmission.
That's a very tricky one. That's a very delicate one.
Now listen to him carefully, because the book says, "For by thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned." Why you think ain't none of them Trump supporters calling up here cussing and swearing at me no more? Because I'm playing his own words. Do you understand? You can't crawl through no hole in that. I don't care how small a snake you might be. Ain't no loopholes to crawl through now. If you want to continue to support him now, you are just as guilty as him. And got nerve enough to be attributing his presidency to God. Terry in his sight. I didn't hear you. Well, now let's get this straight. God can't lie, but he can choose a liar to represent him? Huh? No, that don't work. So all you hypocrites out there pretending that you believe in God, the minute you started supporting Donald Trump, you told on yourself. Well, I'll tell you like this. He might have deceived a lot of you. He can't deceive you now. I'm playing his words back to you. Why are you still trying to support him? It's because you just as wicked as he is. That's why. I ain't through with it yet. You just look at this. This is him talking.
On transmission.
That's a very tricky one. That's a very delicate one. It's also more deadly than your strenuous flus.
The admission calls into question the decision to not implement a mask mandate. The interview also shows that the president held back information.
It calls into question the decision not to issue a mask mandate. What is the question? Why didn't you tell the people to put on masks? I told you from the beginning, Donald Trump don't give a damn about the United States. Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you he don't care about the American people? He meant get rid of your government. Didn't I tell you? Now you hear saying he trying to destroy the government. All your reputable news stations are now recognizing that Donald Trump is trying to destroy your democratic republic. But I did warn you, didn't I? Oh, but you remember you was calling me nigger. Remember? And just like now, here you focusing on something that is completely out of your realm, which is what Putin and China or whatever they done did to hack into the intelligence apparatus or the system of the intelligence system of the United States. There ain't no sense in me focusing on that. You got people in the intelligence community that focus on that, because we don't know what's going on with that. Do you understand? Then why ain't the focus where it need to be on what Donald Trump been doing? You keep on talking about, he talking about a 2024 run or whatnot. Don't you think you need to be focusing on what he has done to destroy this country? And let me tell you something. The fifth general order is this. Now, you know why they're called general orders? They're called general orders because when there's no one around to tell you what to do, you don't have to wonder what to do. The first general order is to take charge of this post and all government property in view. Okay, them people in the Pentagon and these people all over the military, they know what to do. You let them do that, take care of Putin and the rest of them. You deal with this civilian stuff that you done put over the military. You put a coward and a traitor over the United States military. You need to concentrate on what you have some power over. You've already taken him out of the presidency. Now take them crooks out of Congress. And you got a wonderful advantage here and don't realize it. You know that I learned from y'all. All my life, I've heard people say, well, when life deals you lemons, open up a lemonade stand. In other words, see how you can turn that bad thing to your advantage. Huh? If you got stuck with a car that's a lemon, well, get everybody else that got lemons and then open up a demolition derby and make some money off of betting on that. Anyway, but you know, you can always turn a bad thing into something to your advantage. Okay, people say, well, he's trying to destroy the Democratic Republic. Okay, now the world looking at America. Let me show you something. They looking at America, and no matter what this traitor do in there, a lot of people trying to say, will say right now, we'd have been done took his behind out of there and took him and did something to him. And, but yet, the American people believe in democracy so strongly that they haven't harmed the hair on his head and they just voted him out of office. Huh? They showed you that they truly do believe in their democratic republic. And even with him sitting up trying to say that it was a fraudulent election, all of the courts let him come in and all of them asked him, where's the evidence? Huh? I mean, you made this statement. And you can't say that's not how trials go in America, because every court you ever went into, if you made charges, the police can make charges. If they don't have evidence, the court says, sorry, you have no case. Huh? You can't say, well, I believe. You heard me ask the brother when he said, said about he and I believe it was. I said, well, do you know or do you believe? It's a difference in knowing and believing, right? And I had to get me some clarity on that. Well, likewise, if there was election fraud, and I'm going to tell you something else, there was election fraud. But the ones who was committing the fraud wasn't Democrats. That's what he's so upset about. I mean, even when that Bill Barr come out there talking about there was no fraud that would have changed the outcome of this election. Well, what do you mean, no fraud that would have changed the outcome of this election? They did uncover a couple of Republican people who tried to vote twice. Do you suppose that's all they found? The fraud wasn't on the Democratic side. It was on their side, on the Republican, on the Tea Party people. Just like I told you, you need to look into what Lindsey Graham was doing. Lindsey Graham had nerve enough to call Arizona and called Georgia and tried to get them to throw votes away. What do you suppose emboldened him to do that? What, you thought he did that with Georgia and Arizona, but he didn't do it in his own state, in his election? I mean, he won by 10 points, didn't he? You know, I mean, look, let me tell you something. You can even watch children. Whatever that child do in your house, you think they don't do it at home? Anyway, I cut into it. I'm going to go back and let it play and try not to cut it off no more. But remember now, these is Trump's own words that's being used against him. Look, let me tell you something. A man that talks as much as I do, and as much as he liked to get up and talk, he should have known he ain't had no business standing up there lying. Because his words are being recorded. You know, if you just tell the truth, it don't make no difference how many times people recording you and how long they've been recording you. But if you are a liar, man, you better tell people, hey, you cut them tapes off. I don't want no tapes. You ain't got my permission to record me. And when he tell you he ain't got your permission to record him, get up. If you a news person or whatever, just get up and leave. Because you know he finna start lying. Do you understand? All right. So, I'm trying to show you how to keep people from deceiving you. You got to have an attention span that's longer than that of a child. Now, let's get back and listen at this again.
7 weeks until the November election, President Trump's own words might have become his biggest obstacle.
In the early months of the pandemic, President Trump tried to reassure Americans that COVID-19 would disappear, praising his own administration's response.
I think it's going to work out there. There's no reason to panic because we have done so good.
But those comments now face a renewed scrutiny as audio from a private interview with veteran reporter Bob Woodward showed Trump admitting he knew of the serious threat COVID presented, including airborne transmission.
That's a very tricky one. That's a very delicate one. It's also more deadly than your strenuous flus.
The admission calls into question the decision to not implement a mask mandate. The interview also shows that the president held back information that critics argue could have saved lives.
I wanted to always play it down. I still like playing it down. Yes, sir. Because I don't want to create a panic.
The president never downplayed the virus. Once again, the president expressed calm.
But on Wednesday, Trump...
You always got people who will do anything for money. One of the devil's favorite sayings, even when they show the devil on the TV, when they have somebody playing the devil, he said, well, everybody got a price. What's his? Is that right? How he know? Because he been in charge and he's inside of everybody. That's the mind of the devil you got there. You do know the devil been ruling everybody for the past 6,000 years, right? I didn't hear you. The only ones he wasn't ruling is the ones who had been purified, who Allah had washed their mind and let them see what the devil was up to. But, he's the arch deceiver. And so he been ruling everybody as he told. He said to Allah, when Allah drove him out, he said, my Lord, as thou hast judged me to be erring, I shall certainly make evil fair seeming to them on earth, and I shall cause them all to deviate except thy servants from among them, the prophets, the purified ones. And Allah told him, he said, that's a right way with me. As regards to my servants, thou hast no authority over them, except such of the deviators as follow you. Huh? And I will certainly fill hell with them all. Huh? Okay. Now, since since he's had dominion over everybody, well, it ain't no wonder people like her standing up there, even contradicting him. He said he liked to play it down. And she turned right around, supposed to be representing him, saying he didn't play it down. Huh? Is that right? I mean, just all of them just lying. And you there gobbling it up because your attention span ain't worth nothing. Most of these people forget what you say to them right after you said it, if they paid attention to it while you were saying it. Most of them ain't paying no attention to what he's saying. Like, why do you think the Nation of Islam fell? Because them people weren't paying attention to what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was saying. Look at Minister Farrakhan. I bought the Theology of Time from him. He's the one that recorded all of them. Obviously, he had all of them Theology of Time lectures all of the time. Then how did he wind up getting up there talking about he supported W.D. Muhammad and as somehow somebody to take the messenger's place? He had the Theology of Time where the messenger said, there ain't nobody coming behind me but God. I better tell you that. They wasn't caring about what that man was saying. They was hung up on the man. Do you understand? He's a man, right? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught me, he said, you have to believe in Allah and in his messenger. You cannot, if you disbelieve in one, you disbelieve in both. For that is Allah in that messenger. In order to believe in the messenger, you must believe in what he taught. Them people believe in Donald Trump. They don't give a damn about what Donald Trump say. They don't care how many lies he tell. They believe in Donald Trump because what? He gives them license to have no shame and make no apologies. Do you understand? In other words, he gives them license to be devils. In a day and time where the devil was ordered to stop his work. They still ain't figured out that why they losing their minds. I just got word that some Negro in Texas and Negro in California and chopped the head of his two children off in California. Was that California you told me, brother? Chopped the head off of two of his children, the older ones, and they got him in jail now. And the young ones, he didn't kill them. And then you had one man killed his wife and his two children, his Negroes, and then cut his own arm and called the police. I told you all was going to lose your mind. I told you better get behind me. You didn't believe me. Okay, here it comes. And if it started at us, where you think y'all going to be, white folks? The scripture told you the time has come that the judgment must begin at first at the house of God. And if it began first at us, where shall the ungodly and sinners be? You know, in the end, all them gremlins was destroyed. But the first one, all of them that sprung off from him just was wicked, wasn't it? Boy, there's so much symbolism in some of them movies. I could just go into that. I could go into them movies and just find all kind of substance to teach you on. Just like in The Wizard of Oz, the Wicked Witch. What destroyed the Wicked Witch? Pure water. Ain't that something? Anyway, here he's telling Bob Woodward way back then that he knew about how this virus was. But listen, I mean, I tried not to stop it, so I'm gonna have to restart.
With only 7 weeks until the November election, President Trump's own words might have become his biggest obstacle.
In the early months of the pandemic, President Trump tried to reassure Americans that COVID-19 would disappear, praising his own administration's response.
I think it's going to work out good. There's no reason to panic because we have done so good.
But those comments now face a renewed scrutiny as audio from a private interview with veteran reporter Bob Woodward showed Trump admitting he knew of the serious threat COVID presented, including airborne transmission.
That's a very tricky one. That's a very delicate one. It's also more deadly than your strenuous flus.
The admission calls into question the decision to not implement a mask mandate. The interview also shows that the president held back information that critics argue could have saved lives.
I wanted to always play it down. I still like playing it down. Yes, sir. Because I don't want to create a panic.
The president never downplayed the virus. Once again, the president expressed calm.
But on Wednesday, Trump doubled down, while at the same time refusing to acknowledge any shortcomings.
It's just another political hit job. But whether it was Woodward or anybody else, you cannot show a sense of panic.
And as the president propped up his response, the Biden campaign launched a new attack.
He knowingly and willingly lied about the threat it posed to the country for months. He failed to do his job on purpose.
And confirming fears from his critics, the book also quotes Dr. Anthony Fauci as saying Donald Trump was more focused on re-election than leadership. And while it's unclear if this will move the needle with any voters, it may sway those who are directly impacted by the virus. Reggie Cicchini, Global News, Washington.
No, it wasn't going to move the needle on the voters because Trump had told his ignorant voters, don't pay no attention to the news. It's all false. Huh? Was that false? What did I just play? Was it false that he said that he knew it was dangerous? I told you. They just in love with him because he gives them license to be devils. To be wicked and not ashamed. Huh? Okay, now let's go a little further here. Unless somebody want to argue about something I just said, you welcome to come on in. This ain't now one of them bigoted broadcasts that you just a one-way thing. If just hearing one side of something, you welcome to come in here if you think you got another side that you want to present. Okay, let them unmute them. May wa alaikum ala salam.
Yeah, just answering your question. Yes, sir. That was California with a man, their daughter was 12 years old and his son was 13. And then in Texas, he actually was.
No, just a moment. Stop right there.
Yes, sir.
The daughter was 12 and the son was 13.
Yes, sir.
And this fool chopped their heads off.
Yes, sir. Or cut them off. Yes, sir.
Their daddy.
Their daddy. Yes, sir.
Didn't I tell you these people losing their mind? What happened in Texas?
The man, he killed his wife, children, and a family dog, and he got in a bed with his dead wife and children, and that's where the police found him.
And he cut his arm, huh?
Well, they just said he had blood all over him, made some cuts on his arm, but yes, sir.
Killed his wife, his children, and the dog too.
And the dog too, and got in the bed with his wife and children.
You remember I warned you all that thought you was going to fight against me and you going to do something to me. I told you, you ain't going to do nothing to me. I told you going to learn to be afraid of me. Didn't I tell you that? Walking around here thinking you can just do what you please. But have you thought about the fact? You remember I told you, I reminded you that if you walked out into a wilderness, ain't nothing out there but just trees everywhere and grass and just wild stuff. And you walked out, and in the middle of all that, you saw a big mansion and a manicured lawn with swimming pools, you know, and concrete decks and all this kind. You see that? Would you think that just happened by some accident? Or would you be looking for the one who built that? Even if you couldn't see no people around. For years and years and years, you would know somebody built that, wouldn't you? Now, you might go and squat. You might say, well, I think I'll live here. But you know it ain't yours, don't you? Because you didn't build that, did you? Okay. Well, scientists have a telescope. I don't know what they got now. I mean, they told us about the Hubble telescope, but you know, I mean, I don't know what they might have out there now. But they've been looking and looking and looking and looking and looking. Have they reported to you that they found another planet like the Earth out there? When I say like it, I'm talking about with men and women walking around on it and the cities and all of this stuff. Have you found something out there like this? I didn't hear you. I ain't heard nothing about it. Have you? Have you heard any radio communications coming from any of them places throughout the universe? But yet you come here and you find beaches, you find oceans, all of them got sand around them. And somebody did this. Well, he told you who he was. He's God. He's the supreme being. And he is not unmindful of his creation. And he even gave you instructions how to conduct yourself on his earth. And sent reminders. Like Jesus said, love ye one another even in the same manner that I have shown love to you. Have you been doing that? No, you ain't been doing that. And that was a commandment that was given to you. This commandment I leave with you, that ye love one another, even in the same manner that I have shown love for you. Jesus left words for me. He said, look, many gonna come to you in my name saying that I'm Christ and shall deceive many. What you got going on out there? In whose name do they come to you in? And they have deceived many. And after telling you all of that, he said, now I have told you. Let's go over here and this is the 24th chapter of Matthew. He said, in the 25th verse, he said, behold, I have told you before it come to pass. I have told you before it happens. Wherefore, if they shall say unto you, behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. For as the lightning that cometh out of the east and shineth, the only lightning that we know of that gradually lightens up in the east and comes out of the east and shines is the sun. For as the lightning cometh out of the east and shineth, even unto the western hemisphere, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Huh? Where am I at now? Am I not in the western hemisphere? Am I not shining like the sun? Huh? On the spiritual creation? Making everything manifest to you? If I'm not, come in here and tell me I'm not. And you stay on that phone. Okay, let's get back into Donald Trump here. Now we just heard him confessing. So let's look a little bit deeper into his lying.
Now the Democrats are politicizing the coronavirus. You know that, right? Coronavirus. They're politicizing it. We did one of the great jobs, you say, how's President Trump doing? They go, oh, not good, not good. They have no clue. They don't have any clue. They can't even count their votes in Iowa. They can't even count.
Who really didn't have any clue? Them people that he's sitting there talking to, huh? Listen.
And this is their new hoax. But you know, we did something that's been pretty amazing. We're 15 people in this massive country. And because of the fact that we went early, we could have had a lot more than that. We will do everything in our power to keep the infection and those carrying the infection from entering our country.
What did he say? We will do everything in our power. Is that what he said? No, that can't be what he said. Let's go back and listen to it again.
Our power to keep the infection and those carrying a lot more than that. We'll do everything in our power to keep the infection and those carrying the infection from entering our country. We have no choice. Whether it's the virus that we're talking about or many other public health threats, the Democrat policy of open borders is a direct threat to the health and well-being.
Now, he accused the Democrats of politicizing a virus. What did he just do? He took the attention off of the virus and moved it to political fodder. Now, 300 and approximately 17,000 Americans are dead. Because instead of trying to stop the spread of it, he was purposely spreading it to kill as many Americans as he could. Why I say to kill as many as he could? He said it was deadly. He's the one said it was a deadly virus, didn't he? Well, if it was a deadly virus, why was he purposely spreading it? Because he wanted to kill Americans. Unless you know something I don't know. I mean, what? I mean, that's the math on that. If I know something will kill you, and I purposely try to infect you with it, well, is that not an attempted murder? Not just an attempt. 300 and approximately 17,000 Americans are dead because he purposely ignored the safety measures that could have prevented it. Just like when they had typhoid and they was talking about Typhoid Mary, the woman that was walking around infecting everybody, but she was immune in one sense, but she was spreading it. She was a carrier and she was the hot zone. That's equivalent. What he did is equivalent to saying, let Typhoid Mary go around and infect everybody and we will develop herd immunity. With all them people that was dying, you talking about they're going to develop herd immunity by letting everybody get infected. The people that's with him so dumb that they went for it. Just a moment. Let's listen to him. I mean, he just stand up and lie, call it a hoax and all that. Just listen.
We're 15 people in this massive country, and because of the fact that we went early, we could have had a lot more than that. We will do everything in our power to keep the infection and those carrying the infection from entering our country. We have no choice. Whether it's the virus that we're talking about or many other public health threats, the Democrat policy of open borders is a direct threat to the health and well-being of all Americans. Now, you see it with the coronavirus. You see it. I also created a White House virus task force. It's a big thing, a virus task force. I requested $2.5 billion to ensure we have the resources we need. And so far, we have lost nobody to coronavirus in the United States. Nobody. And it doesn't mean we won't. And we are totally prepared. It doesn't mean we won't. But think of it. You hear 35 and 40.
Totally prepared for what? To let as many Americans die as we can possibly get infected. That's what he was prepared to do. He wasn't prepared to fight that virus. How you know that? Because when people started getting sick, the personal protective equipment was not available for even the people in the hospitals. The ventilators and everything that would be needed, they wasn't available either. And he didn't even start trying to make them available. He told the states it's up to them. He willfully and knowingly put the lives of the American people in danger and caused the death of hundreds of thousands. And now almost 20,000 a week are dying. While he tried to steal the election from Joe Biden. Still trying. And he said he wasn't, there won't be no more talk of coronavirus after the election. He ain't said nothing about the virus now, has he? But the virus is saying something about him. Just a moment. Yes.
Yeah, question here, but it's not on your current topic. But it's from.
Don't be calling me. Don't be asking me questions that ain't got nothing to do with the topic I'm on. What is that about? What, you want to change the subject now? No.
Thousand people, and we've lost nobody. And you wonder, the press is in hysteria mode.
The press is in hysteria mode. Should not the press have been in hysteria mode? What is the duty of the press? Didn't they call them watchdogs? And every time they asked him a question, you remember when they was asking him about the coronavirus? That's a nasty question. The reporter should have said back to him, that's a nasty attitude you got there. You the president. If we don't ask you questions about what's happening, who do we ask? You're the one in charge. Let's go back to some more of this. Now, we've heard him call it a hoax. Now let's go. Finally had to back up off of that.
Plan to contain the coronavirus in the U.S.
Which is going to be handled very well as far
already handled it very well. CDC has been.
Just a moment.
Now, the virus.
Let's go. Let's try this again. Yeah.
Do you have a plan to contain the coronavirus in the U.S.?
We do have a plan, and we think it's going to be handled very well. We've already handled it very well. CDC has been. Now, the virus that we're talking about having to do, you know, a lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat, as the heat comes in. Typically, that will go away in April. We're in great shape, though. The virus, they're working hard. Looks like by April, you know, in theory, when it gets a little warm, miraculously goes away. I hope that's true. We have done an incredible job. We're going to continue. It's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear.
In the name of Jesus, we thank you, oh God, for this group holding up the arm.
Yes, Lord. Now, you see this? Zoom in on all these Negroes standing up around this devil with their hand on his shoulder and talking about in Jesus' name, do something with a liar. Ain't that something? You makes me sick. I remember the messenger said that Allah said they won't do nothing but make you shame. That's what he said. Here a man planning their death, and they sitting up over there and worshiping him. Well, let's go again.
Now the Democrats are politicizing the coronavirus. You know that, right? Coronavirus. It's all turning. They lost. It's all turning. Think of it. Think of it. And this is their new hoax.
What do you mean they lost? They lost what? They lost the attention of the people with truth. He won the people over with lies. With a campaign of lies. And now 300 and almost 17 or 18,000 people dead because of his lies. And a lot of them died still not knowing the truth. Huh? Because when he knew the truth, he only told it to Bob Woodward. And when Bob Woodward brought the tapes out, they didn't believe that. They didn't want to hear it. Okay.
35,000 people on average die each year from the flu. Did anyone know that? 35,000. That's a lot of people. And so far.
Now he's making it okay. Huh?
Yes, sir. Trivialized.
Yeah, trivialized. 35,000 people a year die of the flu. Getting you ready to accept his plan for you. And they sitting there just lapping it up like a dog lapping up somebody's vomit.
We have lost nobody to coronavirus in the United States. Nobody.
You see that date up there? February the 28th, 2020? And since then, we done lost approximately. They said that when that atom bomb was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, over 50,000 people was killed. This virus done killed 6 times that. Because you dropped Trump off in the White House and dropped Mitch McConnell and all them crooked, backward ass people up there in the Congress. Americans standing in bread lines, and they hold up aid going to them and then blame it on Miss Pelosi. Ain't that something? Do you wrong and then say, we ain't gonna give you no aid until we can protect our buddies and ourselves from being sued for the wrong we did you. Huh? Do you realize that in order to put a bill out to keep people from suing a factory or a corporation for not properly seeing after the health of the people that works there, if they think they need some protection from a lawsuit for that, that's in it, an unspoken admission that they know they wronged you. Huh? So you want to frame your mischief. You want to protect the mischief that you made with a law. Y'all deserve what you can finna get. You just wait.
And it doesn't mean we won't, and we are totally prepared. It doesn't mean we won't. But think of it. You hear 35 and 40,000 people, and we've lost nobody. And you wonder, the press is in hysteria mode. At this moment, we have 22 patients in the United States currently that have coronavirus. Unfortunately,
February 29th.
Person passed away overnight. Additional cases in the United States are likely.
Is your message that to Americans that it's safe to fly? Can you convince the travelers?
I think where these people are flying, it's safe to fly. And large portions of the world are very safe to fly.
Are you concerned that the virus is getting close to the White House?
No, I'm not concerned at all. No, I'm not. You know, we've got a good job. My fellow Americans, tonight I want to speak with you about our nation's unprecedented response to the coronavirus outbreak that started in China and is now spreading throughout the world. Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. To keep new cases from entering our shores, we will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days. To unleash the full power of the federal government through this effort today, I am officially declaring a national emergency. Our overriding goal is to stop the spread of the virus and to help all Americans who have been impacted by this. And this will pass. This will pass through, and we're going to be even stronger for it. We've learned a lot. I also took the test last night, and I decided I should, based on the press conference yesterday. People were asking, did I take the test? Well, if you don't have to travel, I wouldn't do it. If you don't have to travel, we want this thing to end. We don't want a lot of people getting infected. We want it to end and end as...
Ooh. What a liar. Let's back that one up a little bit.
And I decided I should, based on the press conference yesterday. People were asking, did I take the test? Well, if you don't have to travel, I wouldn't do it. If you don't have to travel, we want this thing to end. We don't want a lot of people getting infected. We want it to end and end as quickly as possible. We've made the decision to further toughen the guidelines and blunt the infection now. We'd much rather be ahead of the curve than behind it, and that's what we are. Therefore, my administration is recommending that all Americans, including the young and healthy, work to engage in schooling from home when possible, avoid gathering in groups of more than 10 people, avoid discretionary travel, and avoid eating and drinking at bars, restaurants, and public food courts. For it, we learned a lot. I also took the test last night, and I decided I should, based on the press conference yesterday. People were asking, did I take the test? Well, if you don't have to travel, I wouldn't do it. If you don't have to travel, we want this thing to end. We don't want a lot of people getting infected. We want it to end, and then
real meat and veggies, freshly made.
Michael Caputo, the department's top public affairs official. They were. And not because of our size. There are bigger countries like China and India, of course. You know, the U.S. accounts for around 4% of the world's population, but we have nearly 19% of the world's COVID deaths. But the thing to understand about that is, it is not an accident, and it is not bungling. Donald Trump, as his administration, as backed by Republicans in his party, in Congress, explicitly pursued a strategy that would lead to more Americans getting sick and more Americans dying. And they did this despite the fact they kept denying they were pursuing the so-called herd immunity approach. It was always clear they were. Trump put Scott Atlas, a right-wing radiologist from a conservative think tank, in charge of the COVID response. And he did that because he saw Atlas on TV when Atlas went on Trump's favorite TV shows and said things like the following, quote, "When you isolate everyone, including all the healthy people, you're prolonging the problem because you're preventing population immunity." See that word there? Immunity. Trump would later talk about the herd. Now, it was always apparent how reckless and dangerous the herd immunity strategy was, because the one place that openly tried it, in good faith, I think they thought it was the best way to do it, was Sweden. And it became clear pretty quickly it was a catastrophe. Sweden had a far, far higher death toll than its neighbors. The elderly, folks in long-term care facilities, particularly hard hit. And the Swedish government was then forced to abandon its failing strategy quite publicly and impose new restrictions. The evidence is clear. You either suppress the virus and you get low levels of cases and low levels of deaths, or you don't and you get high levels of cases and high levels of deaths. There is literally nowhere in the world, nowhere, that has tons of cases and lots of young people getting it who don't end up passing it to people who are immunocompromised and elderly people and people in nursing homes. That's how this virus works. It's what the public experts said from the beginning. The virus spreads. When young people started going back to colleges, we knew that it was only a matter of time until the virus got out to the rest of the community. And as the New York Times reported, though young people do have indeed less risk, deaths rose fast in college towns when they returned to campus. Again, all of this was as predictable as night following day. There has always been an ironclad correlation between cases and deaths, even as the fatality rate has indeed fallen. But here's what one Trump appointee was saying when colleges closed. Listen to this, quote, "We essentially took off the battlefield the most potent weapon we had. Younger, healthy people, children, teens, young people who we need to fastly infect themselves, spread it around." Think about that for a second. This is a Trump administration official at HHS directing COVID response, expressing that he was upset that fewer people would get the virus and get sick. Think about this. It is like a general rooting for casualties among his own troops. Now, the person who wrote those words, you should know his name. His name was Paul Alexander. He's a former part-time assistant professor at a university in Canada who was appointed to the Department of Health and Human Services. But Paul Alexander and this gentleman, Michael Caputo, you should also know his name and his face, both of those individuals were installed specifically to be Donald Trump's eyes and ears at HHS, the White House's eyes and ears, and to override the science when it was politically advantageous to do so. And that pair interfered with CDC reports on COVID, and they pushed back against anything they thought would undermine Trump's message that we're back, baby, get out there. And it wasn't just them. New York Times has a new report out in which Trump appointees described the crushing of the CDC by the administration. One saying, quote, damage has been done to the CDC that will take years to undo. Among those interfering in the agency were Kellyanne Conway and Ivanka Trump, just sending their ideas about once-in-a-century pandemic management. So this wasn't just a couple of political hacks mouthing off in emails. No, this was a concerted, coordinated strategy from the president, Donald Trump, down. The administration reaching into control and override the actual experts in infectious diseases at the most preeminent public health institution in the world, or at least it used to be until he broke it. The simple truth of the last 9 months sounds extreme. It sounds almost hysterical when you say it. But it is what it is. And here it is. Donald Trump and our government under his leadership explicitly pursued a strategy to spread the virus, to get more people sick. They took the side of COVID. They had the same aims as the virus. They were, as I said before, objectively pro-COVID, and they are to this day. And not because they were incompetent, even though they are, but because they actively, affirmatively chose that path. Because through a combination of idiocy and cynicism, they thought that path, aligning with the virus to infect as many people as possible, would be best for Donald Trump's reelection.
And they hated the American people. Don't forget that. They hated the American people. They hated the United States. And when they say America first, that's their call to what is to take place. Because if you want to take over the world like Hitler was trying to do, you've got to first put down the one that if they hadn't got involved in it, Hitler would have won. America first. Do you understand? This is rudimentary to me. It goes way back to something Jesus said. He said, no man can enter into a strong man's house and take over and take possession of his goods and spoil his goods, except he first bind the strong man first, America first. If you want to topple democracies all over the earth, democratic republics, America first. Do you understand? All right. Now, don't say I didn't try to warn you. Like I told you, I ain't got no dog in the hunt against this country. I ain't trying to overthrow your government. I ain't never been that low down. Sit up in somebody's house trying to tear it up. I don't do that. Here you got a man that he read the snake to you. And now you surprised that he done bit you. And he's still biting you. And injecting his poison into you. You better wake up before you sleep forever. Anyway, you see what he said? We want them infected. Huh? Let's look at some more of this.
And the deliberate, intentional decisions that Donald Trump and Alexander and Caputo and all of them took have gotten tens, actually probably hundreds of thousands of Americans killed unnecessarily. We are now 35 days to the end of the Trump administration. We lost 3,400 people today, and there will be more we lose tomorrow and the day after. We are at the beginning of writing the history of Donald Trump's stewardship of this pandemic. And the epitaph scrawled across this era should be those 4 words. We want them infected.
I also took the test last night, yeah. And I decided I should, based on the press conference yesterday, people were asking, did I take the... Our overriding goal is to stop the spread of the virus and to help all Americans who have been impacted by this. And this will pass. This will pass through, and we're going to be even stronger for it. We've learned a lot. I also took the test last night, yeah. And I decided I should, based on the press conference yesterday, people were asking, did I take the test? Well, if you don't have to travel, I wouldn't do it. If you don't have to travel, we want this thing to end. We don't want a lot of people getting infected. We want it to end and end as quickly as possible. Well, if you don't have to travel, I wouldn't do it. If you don't have to travel, we want this thing to end. We don't want a lot of people getting infected. We want it to end and end as quickly.
Line, 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 line. We want this thing to end. We don't want a lot of people getting infected. That's not what he said lately, huh? Which is really what he's been trying to do all the time. All you have to do is look at what he's been doing. Look at how he's handled this. He attacks the press. He removes Dr. Fauci. And let me show you something else here. Just in case you couldn't read what that was saying there, I'll read it to you. The Navy relieved Captain Brett Crozier, commander of the aircraft carrier, the USS Theodore Roosevelt, on April the 2nd. Crozier was let off the ship after the San Francisco Chronicle published a 4-page letter he wrote to Navy leadership. He asked the Navy to evacuate and quarantine most of the sailors on board. There were 3 positive cases of COVID-19 aboard the Roosevelt as of March the 24th. Though the 3 infected members were removed from the ship by April 3rd, that number grew to 100. The crew of the Roosevelt saw Crozier's actions as heroic. They cheered him on as he departed the ship on April the 3rd. But Donald Trump's administration fired the man. Listen.
The letter was sent over non-secure, unclassified email, even though the ship possesses some of the most sophisticated communications and equipment in the fleet. And it wasn't just sent up the chain of command, it was sent and copied to a broad array of communications and equipment in the fleet. Even though
the Navy, according to them, no, it wasn't the Navy, it was Donald Trump. The Navy took issue with Crozier's letter because he reportedly sent it to individuals who were not in his chain of command. In other words, he told on them. Huh? Listen.
Ship possesses some of the most sophisticated communications and equipment.
They said this led to a lack of trust and confidence in leadership. It should have led to a lack of trust in Donald Trump and all them liars up there. You liars. He said, how could he be the Son of Man? And he always hollering and screaming at people. And that ain't the way Jesus would have did it. That ain't the way shut up. Turn to 1 Thessalonians, the 4th chapter. In the 16th verse, it says, for the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout. Allah said, that which I say to you in your ear, you shouted from the housetop. Huh? And you notice, I must be the Lord. Because you ain't never heard me hoarse. Now have you? Preacher be standing up there hollering and screaming, next thing you know he can't talk. Is that right? You ain't never heard me can't talk. This vessel was designed for what it's doing, for what it's being used for. See, every cry you think you got against me, the messenger said you better be careful in what you dislike in your brother or sister. It may be an attribute of God. Huh? Listen.
Equipment in the fleet. And it wasn't just sent up the chain of command, it was sent and copied to a broad array of other people. I lost confidence.
If you ain't doing nothing, you ain't got no business concerning the enlisted men in the armed forces. There ain't nothing top secret about as far as their health goes. That captain was worried about the health of his men. You know, let me explain something to you. That captain was a long way from being the dummy that they wished he was. What if he hadn't said nothing? Then when all of them men on that ship got sick and some of them started dying, guess what they would have been saying about their captain? He should have said something. He should have made us know this. When they already knew what they was trying to do. I mean, what better way to defeat the United States than to infect its military with that deadly virus? Oh, you didn't get that, huh? You didn't see that. The captain sure saw it. As I told you, in general orders, I mean, see, these people don't understand. You don't volunteer for the military if you don't have some degree of patriotism in you. And when you think that you can just take charge of America's military and just tell them to do whatever and they will do it, that don't work like that. No, it don't work like that. Blindly following somebody and doing wrong. Even the second general order to walk my post in a military manner, keeping always on the alert and observing everything that takes place within sight or hearing. That is the second general order. In Islam, it is to walk my post in a perfect manner, keeping always on the alert, observing everything that takes place within sight or hearing. That captain was following his general orders. Wait a minute, what's happening here? I done informed the higher command that we got a problem here on this ship. What do you mean stay out here? What do you mean don't go see about them? Something wrong here. Huh? Keeping always on the alert. Oh, and a lot of you need to remember the fifth general order too, to quit my post only when properly relieved. You don't quit your post when you see your country is in danger. Sometimes you do it as a tactical thing in order to raise red flags, to raise alarm. But to quit your post when you see your country under attack, you don't turn your back in the face of the enemy. It's just like what they tried to do to that little sister. Now, it was okay with them. Now, first, let's finish this fella here.
Ability to continue to lead that warship as it fights through this virus.
It was my opinion that if he didn't think that information was going to get out into the public in this information age that we live in, that he was too naive or too stupid to be the commanding officer of a ship like this.
You have two good people, and they're arguing. And I'm good, believe it or not, at settling arguments. So I'm going to get involved and see exactly what's going on there, because I don't want to destroy somebody for having a bad day.
Crozier said that removing the 3 infected members from the ship was not enough. Huh? He said all but a skeleton crew should be removed from the ship and that the ship should be sanitized. Huh? The ship remains ported in Guam as more sailors are tested for COVID-19, thanks to Captain Crozier. Now, let's see here. When it didn't go like they wanted it to go, backlash happened. Listen to this now.
This morning, a stunning reversal from the acting secretary of the Navy apologizing for calling the fired captain of the USS Theodore Roosevelt stupid and naive. Video posted from the Roosevelt just days ago shows sailors cheering in support of Captain Brett Crozier. Acting Secretary Thomas Maudley has just fired the captain for writing a letter which was leaked to the media criticizing the military's response to a COVID-19 outbreak on his aircraft carrier. Those images of cheering sailors prompted Maudley to fly to Guam to address the crew in a profanity-laced speech over the ship's public address system.
You notice it wasn't the military that was out there complaining about Captain Crozier. The military in the United States is under the authority of the civilians. The military is under the direct authority of the President of the United States. Well, tell me something. When the president, or if and when the president fails to protect the military, who does the military go to? Who does the president supposedly answer to? The people of the United States? Captain Crozier was right to let the people of the United States know what that administration was doing that was endangering the safety of not only that ship, but the safety of the United States of America. Because if you allow sickness and disease to go through your military, then who defends you if attacked? You got some fools sitting up out there upset with me. They look like me. Upset with me because I got sense enough to know that whatever happens to this country, I'm in it. You're a damn fool, boy. What, I'm supposed to sit back and watch it get burnt down with me in it? Oh, you get all them fools out of there. I'm going to do all I can to help Joe Biden and his administration in whatever way they ask. As long as long as they're not asking me to do something that Allah have forbidden. You know, that goes without saying with me.
Information was going to get out into the public that he was too naive or too stupid to be the.
Now he was talking on board of the ship. Here, this fool was on this ship where a captain, if you knew anything about the military, you would know that the first thing that any good commander needs is the loyalty of his men and the respect of his men. You can't get their loyalty if you don't have their respect. Do you understand? And in order to get that, you have to give it. And the captain showed that he didn't just command respect and loyalty, he gave respect and loyalty. When 3 of his men got infected, he did something. He attempted to do something about it. And then pulled that ship over and said, all of these men need to be off of here. And this ship need to be sanitized to protect my men. And here this fool standing up there trying to low rate the captain. And watch what these men said about it. You could hear somebody say, what? They said WTF? Huh? But they said the words.
Was going to get out into the public that he was too naive or too stupid to be the commanding officer of a ship like this.
Several times in the recording, you hear voices on the ship sounding disgusted with Maudley's accusations.
It was betrayal. And I can tell you one other thing. Because he did that, he put it in the public forum, and it's now become a big controversy. So think about that. When you cheer the man off the ship, who exposed you to that?
But now, Maudley is apologizing in a stick.
When you cheered a man off the ship who exposed you to controversy, and that man got them unexposed to a virus. And now he worried about what they got exposed as putting that ship and its crew in danger out there on the seas, and wanted it to be hushed up. Because Donald Trump's plan was to get us all killed, get us all infected. Huh? I mean, you heard him say it. We want them infected. Oh, that ain't all. Just wait.
Overnight, writing, quote, "I do not think Captain Brett Crozier is naive nor stupid."
Whoa, oh, now he don't think the captain is naive nor stupid. Huh? Why? I mean, these people been in the habit of insulting military people who have put their lives on the line for this country. It came from the top down. You remember what Donald Trump said about John McCain? Huh? He wasn't no hero. He got caught. He got captured. He don't have no respect or no, he don't think that's no hero. In other words, if he sent you off to war and you was loyal and went off to war, if you get captured, you on your own. You shouldn't have got captured. Ain't that something? A low down dog. He ain't scared to insult you, but you scared to tell him about himself, huh? You damn cowards.
His alarming email with the intention of getting it into the public domain in an effort to draw public attention to the situation on his ship. Just hours before his apology, Maudley said his message on the ship was, quote, "spoken from the heart." Meanwhile, President Trump,
he had spoken from his wicked heart. Man didn't care nothing about that captain nor his crew. All he cared about is going out there doing Donald Trump's and his wrongdoing. That ain't all.
Knight said he may get involved in the matter.
So the letter shouldn't have been sent.
What he meant? What do you mean the letter shouldn't have been sent? It should have been sent. Why do you think the First Amendment covers freedom of the press? Why did they make that number one? So that if anything is happening in this government, we done gave these people power over the most powerful army and the powerful military on earth. If something is not right, you ain't got to go to them. If they won't do nothing, go to the press. Let the press know. Let the people know. You see, he came back and apologized when the people found out, didn't he? Now, Donald Trump standing up, well, the letter shouldn't have been sent. It should have been sent. If that man had let that ship go out there and did what Donald Trump and them wanted done, you'd have had a whole lot of dead sailors, and you'd have had one man to blame, And they would have been dumping blame on him too. Huh? Well, he didn't say nothing. He didn't. It wouldn't have made no difference if he said, well, I told them. And they said, well, you didn't tell us. What he kept about lying. Look at him. He can't even have look at you.
Involved in the matter.
So the letter shouldn't have been sent. With all of that.
So the letter shouldn't have been sent. Why didn't a reporter ask him why not? Don't you think the American people need to know that all that's being done is being done to protect their servicemen? Why shouldn't that letter have been sent, Mr. President?
Said his career prior to that was very good. So I'm going to get it.
His career prior to that was very good. What you mean prior to that? I don't understand that. A captain's supposed to look out for his crew. How was that somehow a career mistake on his part? Only under a Donald Trump administration is looking out for those who trust in you a mistake. No, you got to look out for Donald Trump's political ambitions. To hell with everything and everybody else. Look, I mean, over 74 million people voted for Donald Trump. How come ain't none of y'all coming in here and showing me what's wrong with what I'm saying? How come you ain't showing me that I'm missing something when I'm showing this? What is it that I'm missing? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. To put a man like that over patriots who are willing to lay their life down for this country. Just wait.
And see exactly what's going on there, because I don't want to destroy somebody for having a bad day.
He don't want to destroy somebody. He can't destroy that captain. You see what he just said? He don't want to destroy someone for just having a bad day. And you know they let him get away with talking like that. He already teetering back and forth. His mind just about gone. I told you was going to see it happen. Yep.
And as for Captain Crozier, he's also recovering from the virus.
Hi, everyone. George Stephan.
Now think over that. Even the captain had the virus. And Allah blessed him to recover from it. Let's see here. Here's a man that he kind of reminds me of Clive and Bundy. You know, it's a lot of, especially Southern people who supported and support Donald Trump. And you support him not because that he's a decent man or because he's really, you think he cares about this country. You support him because you figure he hate me. That is the stupidest thing you could have ever done with a man like Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump don't give a damn about you. While standing up there telling you he was trying to do all he could to protect the American people, he was purposely trying to get you infected with this virus. I would never have done that to you. I would never have done that to Donald Trump. If I had taken an oath that he took I wouldn't even have to take that oath. If I took the job of President of the United States, I would do all that I could for every citizen in this country. Listen to this.
Does it make America great again mean to you? Does it mean anything anymore? Yeah, it's something Trump used in order to get elected, right? This is Craig Moss. Throughout the 2016 presidential campaign, he followed then-candidate Trump on the trail, literally singing his praises.
We're headed on down the road called Trump President. Oh, in the highway, please don't forget to vote down Trump President. Donald J. Trump for President.
Here's my Trump CD. And I was in a hurry to get this thing done. I wrote the original Trump Train song. And there's a song in here called Build a Wall. America's Choice, Save Our Nation.
Craig followed Trump to 45 rallies, supporting him all along. But since then, his support has waned. We met up with him in his trailer in upstate New York, in one of the only counties in New York where Trump got over 60% of the vote.
Make America Great Again means to me, well, it'd be great if I could get my son back.
Craig says his son Rob struggled with heroin and opioid addiction for years. Rob died from an overdose in 2014.
I called out his name, but he didn't answer. So at that point in time, I went right in his bedroom. That's when I found my son, not breathing, in his bed with a book on his chest like he just finished reading it. And that was pretty much the end of that portion of my life. This is something my son wrote to me. It says, I love my whole family with my whole heart. If you're finding this, I'm either dead or in jail. I just didn't want to deal with my life and bullshit anymore. Later, love always. And he signed it, Rob, and then he didn't like the way he did it, so he signed it again, legally.
If you recall, I told you all, it didn't make no difference what color you was. I told you, these are terrible times we live in here. And look, the very nature of life is to fight against and avoid death. So don't listen to your mind telling you to go kill yourself or to go kill anybody. Those are your devils that you got to resist. And if you just need to talk to somebody, call me. I gave you my numbers. I wouldn't have gave it to you if I didn't mean for you to call me. And I'll see if I can help you through your crazy thought to go kill yourself. That's not a sane thought. That's an insane thought. All of you should be telling your loved ones and your friends or whoever it is you care something about, You had better tell him to start getting in these classes and listening to what I'm sharing with you from Almighty God Allah. But anyway, this father lost his son to opioids, to drugs. Now listen to his story.
From an area that's been particularly stricken by the opioid crisis. 2 years after his son's death, Craig found something that he thought could help other parents avoid the pain he was forced to go through.
And this is what started it all. This portrait was in a warehouse. There it was, and what a bizarre thing to see this 8-foot by 15-foot painting. It was good. Actually, it was very detailed. You can imagine 8-foot by 15-foot of this. That's the name of the painting, Unafraid and Unashamed.
That portrait had such an effect on Craig, he followed its painter to Iowa for a Trump rally.
It was in Urbandale, Iowa, January 15th, 2016. And I was right up front.
Any questions? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Raised my hand. I asked him if he became president, what would he do to combat the ongoing heroin epidemic? And by that time, I was crying. It was very emotional for me. You gotta understand, this is just shy of 2 years from the day my son Rob died.
It's a tough deal. Come on. That's a tough deal.
He was very compassionate. He came out very convincing. Came out from behind the podium to address my question.
And he's a great father. I can see it. And your son is proud of you. Your son is proud of you.
You know, he said he was going to help with developing rehab centers and getting more rehab centers, more treatment centers through healthcare. He understands that, you know, there's a big problem, and it was top on his list to tackle.
It's tough stuff. It's tough stuff. And it could be stopped.
That one interaction led to Craig's journey on the campaign trip.
I did enjoy meeting the people on the trail, and I really enjoyed it because I thought I was on the right path, doing the right thing. What he talked about, the opioid crisis, and wanted to tackle that, it was what kept us going and what kept me going. And as I met these people, a lot of people at the rallies that were there for the same reason. You know, they lost their son or daughter. It's the only thing that I do that gives me a purpose is when I can talk to people who've lost their loved ones and tell them how I deal with it. It doesn't go away.
But then, the first health care bill of the Trump administration was released. It never passed, but it was meant to repeal and replace Obamacare. Craig said it didn't dedicate nearly enough to the opioid crisis, no matter what Trump had promised a crying father just months earlier.
That's when I first realized this is who he was. He didn't care about opioid addiction. He didn't care about health care.
Craig thought back to the first moment he met Trump.
Candidate Trump consoles a father who lost son to heroin. There's headlines everywhere. I helped him tremendously. Exploiting my personal story and trying to make the American people think that he actually cares about this issue.
You take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, okay? It's very cool. I bet he was a great boy. Thank you, man.
That's probably why he said thank you, you know, because he knew that was going to help him.
He was a great boy. Betty, thank you, man. Very cool. That's not compassion. That man don't know. That man wouldn't recognize compassion if it walked up and roped him and bit him. In order to do what he has done and to exhibit the attitudes and actions that he has exhibited, compassion has to be absent in him. So that father woke up to Donald Trump. That all he was, all his grief and sharing it with Donald Trump, it wasn't nothing but a political card for Donald Trump to play and to use and make it look like he was consoling a grieving father when he didn't give a damn about that man. And Howard Stern nailed it. He said the people who love Donald Trump the most are the ones he hates the most. Let me show you something else here.
I have been in this world for over 60 years, and my people have constantly been told to shut up and sit down and don't say anything.
It says this Michigan state representative was punished for standing up to racist threats. You see, didn't Donald Trump tell the Proud Boys to stand back, but stand by? Huh? Bullies are what they are. And the worst thing that undermines bullies is for the people that they try to bully is to stand up to them. They ain't looking for somebody to stand up to them. So when somebody stand up to them, they got to try to make you the heavy. You got to be the one who's wrong. Now this woman, because she would not kowtow, this black woman wouldn't kowtow to bullies, the representatives that are up there with her want to punish her. Do you understand? Tell her she wrong. Listen. This Michigan state representative was punished for standing up to racist threats.
Do you think that both you and the president are honest men?
Do I really have to answer that question?
Yes.
Robert.
Now, everybody else was asking Giuliani questions. Why did the question she asked, why was that offensive? She only asked him, do you think that you and Donald Trump and them are honest people, or honest men? Listen to the question. What was wrong with the question?
Men.
Do I really have to answer that?
Do you think that both you and the president are honest men?
Do I really have to answer that question?
Yes.
Representative C.A. Johnson, Representative.
Oh, so now they're going to take up for Giuliani against her now. She ain't got no right to ask no questions, huh? You know, y'all real good at beating up on women. Why you don't come in here and go back and forth with me?
Representative, do you have a point of order?
I'm asking the question.
Representative,
I'm asking the question. Do you consider yourself Mr.
Representative, you're out of order. Out of order.
How is she out of order? Explain to me. Some of y'all that's out there, that's you white supreme people that's out there. How was she out of order? I about know where she was going with that. Do you consider yourself and Mr. Trump them honest men? If Giuliani said yes, so well then, how could you come in here accusing them of fraud, of the electoral process of being fraudulent? How can you say that's an honest accusation when we ask you for proof and you have none? It don't take rocket science to see where she was headed with that. But listen.
Representative, you're out of order. These people, our guests, are sharing information, just sharing and speaking and speaking. No one is under oath. The world is watching us right now. The whole world saw that I was gavelled down. I was the only woman, the only Black person on that committee from Detroit who did not have an opportunity to get the witnesses to be under oath. So it really wasn't about truth.
After Michigan State Representative Cynthia Johnson questioned Rudy Giuliani during an oversight committee hearing where Giuliani alleged voter fraud, the representative was flooded with angry responses, including nearly 100 intimidating phone calls. No, nearly 100 phone calls intended to intimidate. You notice? Nigga, you call me with your crazy talk. I bet you will regret it. Nearly 100 intimidating phone calls, several texts, and Facebook messages. Now that's what the Black woman got for asking Giuliani, do he think he's an honest man? Huh? Just listen. Oh, and this is one that said, boy, you messed up. This was the message she got. They are coming for you now. Yeah? You can't come after me and leave your behind at home. Why are you asking for witnesses' names? Your name is Cynthia A. Johnson. Is that correct? Also, is this your phone number? Dumb, corrupt monkey. Oh, that's how they, it says, and even death threats, many of which were racist. Now, you know what they was really upset about? Is that she wasn't scared. That's what the problem was.
I hope you like burning.
Now, listen to what she says. I hope you like, this is what somebody called her and left this on there. I hope you like burning crosses in your front yard.
In the front yard, because I'm sure by
the time this is all said and done, there will be several.
And this is all said and done, there will be several.
Your name and phone number's out there now. You're getting dumped.
Yeah, they just talk crazy to her. Huh? Listen.
You're done. You're so done. Should be swinging from a
You should be swinging from a effing rope, you Democrat. That's what you said. Listen,
You Democrat.
in response to that, Johnson posted a video to her Facebook page.
One of our bright citizens of our country in Illinois who happened to voicemail me unknown, but guess what? FBI, state police, they found her. So this is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. We ain't playing with you.
Now, let me tell you something. You remember when them boys was talking about their so-called militias and Lawrence O'Donnell told them they ain't no so-called militia, they ain't no militia. Eddie, he said, and all of you, be warned that while you sitting there, the FBI may be sitting there with you. You remember that? And so didn't nobody accuse him of threatening nobody, did they? But listen to this now.
Of the shenanigans. Enough is enough. And for those of you who are soldiers, you know how to do it. Do it right. Be in order. Make them pay. Be smart. You don't have to yell. You don't have to curse anybody out. You don't have to call people names. Hit their asses in the pocketbook.
Huh? Hit them in the pocketbook. Is that right? Do that sound like somebody's threatening somebody's life? But now listen, after Johnson posted the video, she was removed from her committee roles. By House Republicans who also warned of further punishment. Oh, yeah? Threats to either Democrats or Republicans are unacceptable and un-American. They are even more unbecoming of an elected official. Well, if it's unacceptable, why did you side with those who was trying to bully that woman? Why didn't you go to her aid and tell her, no, don't you worry, we got your back? But they showed they don't have her back when she was in there trying to ask Giuliani a simple question. Racist dogs. Representative Johnson has been removed from her committee assignments, and we are looking into further disciplinary action. As the proper authorities conduct their own investigations.
We asked Michigan State Police if Representative Johnson's video was criminal, and they said it did not contain a direct threat against any specific individual, and so it is their belief that it is not a matter for law enforcement.
So what was them people up there on the other representatives on that committee or whatever talking about? They upset because that black woman wasn't scared. you're going to find out there's a whole lot of black people ain't scared of you. Keep on. Just keep on. Johnson defended her statements, saying she wasn't calling for violence. She said, hit him in the pocketbook. Didn't she?
And excuse me, Senator.
Yes.
On that right there, I noticed when they were playing it on the news, they didn't show that last sentence. They were cutting it off right before she said pocketbooks, because this is my first time even hearing that part.
Yeah, you know, they're always going to swing it, going to spin it. Huh? It's just like them people, them po' boys went over there and snatched them Black Lives Matter down off the side of black people's church. Defend your places of worship. You better not gonna come over here on my property snatching nothing down. Low down devils. Let me back that up a minute. I like to show what she was responding. Johnson defended her statements, saying she wasn't calling for violence. And she wasn't. Do hit them in the pocketbook sound like violence? Huh? Sound like boycott to me. What you think? Sound like go down there and vote them out of there. Because most of them just in office for the money. They want the job. Vote them out. It's just like these women, they don't woke up. Remember I told the women, you outnumber men. These fellas get to clowning and messing over you. There's more women than it is men. Go on down there and vote all these clowns out of office. You ain't got to put up with people messing over you.
In the Black community, we call ourselves soldiers against racism, soldiers for democracy. That's what soldiers mean in our community. When we say soldiers, we're talking about supporting each other. Soldiers, protect yourselves. I did not.
So that's violence when you tell us we supposed to protect ourselves, huh? From people who threaten us. You gonna find you ain't dealing with our daddies. You ain't dealing with our mothers, our forefathers and whatnot. This is slavery gone. Now, if you don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Allah promised his messenger. The messenger told me, he said, don't you pick up so much as a penknife. Allah said, if there's any fighting to be done, he said, he will do that. And he's well able to fight. Look at all the hell you catching from a virus. A virus so small that you can fit it on 100 million of them on the head of a pin. And there's lots more of them up there in that snow and down there in that ice, just waiting, reserved for this time of trouble where you thought you was going to commit genocide on black people. You who ain't got no dog in that hunt, you ain't got to worry about no harm coming to you. Allah don't believe in collateral damage. He don't punish good people along with bad people. Nope, he don't do that. No, you better go and read the scripture. Ain't nobody gonna get punished for what they ain't guilty for. Now that ain't finna happen. Ain't no stereotyping, and ain't no racial profiling. So you rest easy. If what I'm saying about white people, and you happen to be white, if you ain't one of them who thinking like that, I ain't got no problem with you. If you believe in right, as I believe in right, then you my spiritual brother or my sister. And I ain't worried about that. And don't you be worried about it. But just like it's some people that look like me, that's devils. And there's people that look like you, that's devils. And so all the devils got to go. Now, that's just the way it is. So don't get hung up on color. You know a tree by its fruit, and you know a man by his works.
Intend for all of this craziness to go on.
She said, I did not intend for all of this craziness to go on. How did it start? It started with her asking a question that Rudy Giuliani, being a lawyer, he had sense enough to know where she was headed with that. Huh? Do I have to answer that? Then the rest of the sycophants on the committee decided to attack Ms. Johnson. Because they knew what the next question was. If he answered yes, he's an honest man. Well, where you come in here with this dishonest charge? How you come in here without evidence? You see where it was going, right? Now you want to muster up some unrighteous indignation against that woman for speaking truth? To hell with all of you. Every one of you that called her up threatening her, to hell with you. Amen, amen, and amen.
This situation reminds me so much of domestic violence. It reminds me of how women are abused and talked down on and demeaned, and many women don't respond to it. They're too afraid. Well, I'm letting all women know right now, trust and believe this is a form of domestic violence, and we should not put up with it.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who has also received death threats for standing up to Trump, asked lawmakers to reconsider their discipline. Huh? So what are you doing? Bunch of old cowardly dogs.
None of this is acceptable. None of it is acceptable. And I believe that it is crucial that we show one another some grace right now, and some empathy and some compassion.
You know, for 465 years, we have been attacked and abused by you. And if one of us dared to say something back to you in the way of displeasure or accusing you of what you are guilty of, you try to make us the evil one, the wrongdoer for speaking out against your evil against us. I'm warning you, you better stop that. You better cut it out right now. because it's going to cost you from now on. Every time I hear it, I'm going to cast you into hell, whoever it come from. I'm sick of it. You wrong people, and then when they tell you you wronging them, you attack them as though they wronged you. You condone the wrong that's done to us, but when we dare to say we want to put a stop to it, then you condemn us. No more. No more. You think you done seen people having problems mentally and all that. You ain't seen nothing yet. I'm gonna fix you.
I think that removing her from her.
I think that removing her from her communities is too far, truly.
Committees is too far, truly. And I've reached out and asked the incoming House leadership to reconsider that.
Whenever someone, especially an elected official, says this.
What do you mean, especially an elected official? Whenever someone does what they did to that woman, they should be accountable, and whoever it is done to has a right to defend themselves. Not only do you have a right to defend yourself against bullying and against people doing unjust things to you, you have a duty to defend yourself.
A warning, walk lightly. These are your words. When people hear those things, that's exactly what you call the FBI and the police for. And
the FBI and the police have said they didn't find nothing wrong with what she said. Huh? There was nothing criminal in what she was saying because they heard the whole thing. She didn't leave that open-ended. She said, hit him in the pocketbook. Huh? That's one of them cowardly rednecks that get in a crowd, and then if they figure they really got enough crowd around them against one person, they get bold. Huh?
you have come around and done incited in your own way.
I have also received death threats. Every member of the Oversight Committee is getting death threats right now. Every single one of them.
Then why don't you understand the fact that she's a woman and she don't want to be intimidated by these people? Why don't you stand up to them? You know why people keep on threatening you? It's because you keep taking it. When the last time you heard somebody call up the FBI and threaten them? When the last time you heard of somebody calling up the police department and threatening the police? I didn't hear you. People don't threaten folks that they figure will fight back. Are you aware it's against the law to make harassing phone calls to people? I didn't hear you. How come they got them numbers and filing charges against them people who made them harassing phone calls? That's against the law. It's against the law for people to keep calling you about a bill or anything else. And you tell them, look, don't call me no more. They supposed to stop calling you. You ain't got no right to use the phones to intimidate or to harass people. That's against the law. Anyway, other members of the committee did not receive racist threats of lynching. They did not. Huh? Somebody threatened his life. Did somebody threaten you with lynchings and stuff? We know what that was about. Well, I'm so proud of that sister. She wasn't afraid. She ain't got to be afraid of you. Soon, all of you gonna be walking around here, can't even blink your eyes. Allah gonna fix you. Other members of the committee did not receive racist threats of lynching.
But unfortunately, one of them decided to make a Facebook Live post where they asked the soldiers to stand up and make the Trump supporters pay. And in my opinion, it was a statement that was not appropriate for a member of the House.
See how they misquote her? She said make them pay in the pocketbook. Didn't she? Why did he leave that out? She's sitting up there next to all them racist dogs in that Michigan house there. Oh, don't worry. Everybody see you now. So when they see what happened to you, they gonna know why. When you walking around here, like I told you, you don't believe it. As the messenger said, I don't care what you say about Elijah Muhammad. He will not be rolling in the streets with his eyes set in his head of a chastisement from Allah. You don't believe that's coming, do you? Wait and see.
Retaliate against these awful people that are threatening all of us. It's nothing to do with what happened in committee.
Did you hear me ever say stand down or stand by? Did you ever hear me say those words? But your president did.
See, he can't do nothing but sit there and shake his head grinning. Well, may Allah cast every one of them into hell that's trying to put her through that. Amen, amen, and amen.
Stand back and stand by. I have been in this world for over 60 years. And my people have constantly been told to shut up and sit down and don't say anything. Why are we talking about all of this? We're homeless. They don't know where they made them. Tomorrow, we need stimulus checks. We need Black businesses to not be disenfranchised. We need COVID, PPE, protections for our children, our and our seniors. We have so much to do.
Don't you worry, little sister. They may not hear you, but Allah hear you. Yeah. And he hear them too. And he sees you and he see them too. There's a song that says he sits high and he looks low. Yeah. So help is on the way. Don't you worry. Let me see here. Let's clear up this lie they've been talking about, trying to pretend that he thought he was doing some herd immunity. No, he didn't. He was killing you and knew it.
And with that vaccine now being distributed to frontline workers, the wait is on for enough doses to achieve herd immunity. Infectious disease specialist and ABC News medical contributor Dr. Dodd Ellerin, the wait is on for enough doses to achieve herd immunity. To frontline workers, the wait is on for enough doses to achieve herd immunity. Infectious disease specialist and ABC News medical contributor Dr. Dodd Ellerin joins me now for more on this. Dr. Ellerin, break this down, because this is one of those terms that we heard a lot about in the beginning of the pandemic related to whether or not we could achieve herd immunity with enough people getting the virus. Now we're looking at the hope of getting it through a vaccine. So can you start by just...
You ain't never can get herd immunity from enough people getting the virus. That's not what the scientists have told us. You get herd immunity by enough people getting vaccinated.
Explaining how herd immunity works.
Yes, good morning, Diane. It's good to be with you. So herd immunity is an important concept. It's reached when enough people have developed immunity through vaccination to break the COVID chain of transmission. So we don't know exactly how much population immunity is enough, but we think that it's probably somewhere over 50 or 60%. That number varies, and it really depends on the infection you're dealing with, and it really depends on other factors as well. Where are you within your transmission? Are you having, uncontrollable number of cases? What season is it? Are people masking? But generally speaking, we think if more than 60% of the U.S. is immunized, and remember, that's close to 200 million people getting 2 doses at this point, then hopefully we'll reach herd immunity. Some like to use the term herd protection, because what's happening is you have enough people who are immune in a group, and you're really protecting the susceptible people, the people that aren't vaccinated for one reason or another. You're really preventing them from seeing the virus. That's herd immunity.
And so just
now, not trying to go around getting everybody infected. These low down dogs. Anyway, let's go back to this.
People today, and there will be more we lose tomorrow and the day after. We are at the beginning of writing the history of Donald Trump's stewardship of this pandemic. And the epitaph scrawled across this era should be those 4 words. We want them infected. I'm joined now by the reporter who broke that story.
Now, it's one other thing that you need to see that is proof of the fact that that's exactly what Donald Trump and them wanted. They wanted the people to get infected. And in order to push that without you knowing it, he had to first make you think that you could trust them more than you could Dr. Fauci and the scientists. So listen to this.
Words between President Trump and Dr. Anthony Fauci is heating up. Last night, Dr. Fauci was on 60 Minutes saying he wasn't surprised that Mr. Trump had contracted the virus. Today, on a call with campaign staff and some members of the press, the president let loose on the nation's leading infectious disease expert.
President Trump is trashing Dr. Anthony Fauci today, calling him an idiot in a call to his campaign staff that reporters were allowed to listen in on.
People are tired of hearing Fauci and all these idiots. Every time he goes on television, there's always a bomb, but there's a bigger bomb if you fire him.
You hear that? So now Dr. Fauci is an idiot? And you had some true idiots calling him up, threatening him. And you gonna answer for that. But anyway, now we understand if you can get the people to stop listening to Dr. Fauci and the scientists, well, then they'll listen to you and you can get them all infected. Is that right? Now, just listen.
You may remember some explosive headlines recently about the Tyson Foods pork processing plant in Waterloo, Iowa. Allegations that one of the plant managers at that facility organized a cash buy-in, winner-take-all betting pool for supervisors and managers to bet how many employees at that plant would get COVID. It was a heinous enough story at face value, but it was made worse by the fact that more than 1,000 people who worked at that plant actually did get COVID. 6 workers at that plant died. The allegations about the betting pool among the managers were made public by lawsuits filed by one of the workers who died there. Well, today we learned that Tyson has fired 7 of the managers at that plant. They paid for an independent investigation into the matter. The resolution of the independent investigation was that 5 managers should be canned. Apparently, those betting allegations were credible enough to terminate those who were found to be involved. Big COVID outbreaks at facilities like that Tyson plant in Iowa have been a problem since the start of the pandemic, and they, in part, are a problem caused by the companies themselves and how they want to work, despite the risk that it poses to their employees. But that problem has also been exacerbated by the government helping the companies be terrible. In some cases, government at the state level, that was definitely part of the problem in Iowa, but also at the federal level with the Trump administration, and the way the Trump administration screwed up the CDC in particular. You might remember back in early April, so very early on, a huge COVID outbreak was identified at a meat plant in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. For a time, it was the single worst outbreak in the whole country. And the CDC sent in an elite team of disease detectives to do an investigation into the nature of the public health threat at that plant in South Dakota, what needed to be done to stop it. And these disease detectives from the CDC, they're very, very good at what they do, and they're very experienced. But when it came time to issue their report on what they found at that meat plant, that group of elite scientists issued what was a very un-CDC-like report. It was stripped of any directive whatsoever, filled with all this mealy-mouthed language that the CDC doesn't use, caveats telling the company they only had to do things if it was feasible and when it was possible and if they wanted to. We couldn't figure out what went wrong there. It took us months working on that story for us to figure out what exactly happened. We later learned that the scientists on the ground had actually written a totally normal CDC report on what happened in that meat plant, but their findings were quashed. They were contacted by Trump CDC Director Robert Redfield, and Redfield's office told them to recall what they had written, take it back, and change the language in it to remove anything that sounded like a real recommendation. Any, quote, power language had to be removed from their report. Anything that made it seem like the meat company actually had to do anything to keep its workers safe. And take it out. We can't be seen to be actually saying what we mean. I mean, that's the kind of top-down political pressure the CDC got from Washington. And it turns out that was really just the first in an atrocious litany of ways the CDC has been interfered with and corrupted by this administration. We've got more harrowing details on that next with Congressman Jim Clyburn. Stay with us. Honorable Congressman James Clyburn chairs the congressional committee that's tasked with overseeing the government's coronavirus response. Congressman Clyburn and his committee have now launched an investigation into political interference by Trump administration officials into the CDC, as the CDC grappled with and struggled with the pandemic. Today, the congressman made public new head-snapping details about what Trump appointees were up to in messing with the CDC. Chairman Clyburn's 11-page memo contains hair-raising quotes from emails sent by Paul Alexander, a somewhat random, unpaid part-time assistant professor at a Canadian college, who for some reason was handpicked to be a science advisor to another Trump appointee at HHS. Why does a Trump appointee going into HHS and CDC need his own personal science advisor when he's working at an agency full of scientists? Well, they wanted something special from this one, apparently. Here's one of his emails from July 4th. Paul Alexander sending an email advocating for the government to follow what they call a herd immunity strategy. Quote, infants, kids, teens, young people, young adults, middle-aged with no conditions have zero to little risk. We use them to develop herd. We want them infected. He misspells a lot of things, but he got that one actually right. We want them infected. It's a senior advisor at HHS saying, let's get as many kids infected as we can, and the middle-aged, too. Here's Paul Alexander.
You remember when they were showing some of our babies, our children with enlarged hearts and stuff that virus was doing to them? Huh? Trump and them wanted to get them infected. Just a moment.
Yeah, dated June 24th. It may be that it will be best if we open up and flood the zone and let the kids and young folk get infected. Let all the kids get sick. What could possibly go wrong with this plan? Another email dated July 3rd. Alexander goes after Dr. Anthony Fauci for warning the public about the spread of the virus during a TV appearance. Paul Alexander says, quote, he just won't stop, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation, blah, 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 blah. He can't keep quiet, and he is not on the same page of the government. Does he think he is the president? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Again.
Dr. Fauci was out there sounding the alarm, and they was mad. They wasn't telling us that they wanted us all to get infected. They was telling us they was doing all they could to prevent infections, right? But we saw that they wasn't doing all they could to prevent them because they was having meetings and mass rallies with nobody wearing masks. Having great big rallies and everybody coming in there. That's why, what's that man name? Herman Cain is dead now. Those stupid Ben Carson liked to die. All right. You know, I've been trying my best to wake you up. You know, some of you just won't listen. Okay. Let's see here. Since it's already open to this page here. Before I go into scripture here, did anybody have something they wanted to ask me on this particular subject? Did anybody want to rebut something that I had to say? Of course, your rebuttal is going to go not unchecked. I'm going to demand you give me some kind of facts that rebut anything I've said.
So you have a question from
Yes, what is it?
Guy Muhammad. And he asks, what is your position on the vaccines? Should they be taken?
My position on vaccines is let the scientists that we trust tell us whether or not those vaccines are okay. I ain't listening to Donald Trump now tell me nothing. You know somebody ain't got nothing but a history of lying to you. Why would you trust them? But there are some reputable scientists like Dr. Fauci and also the black woman that spearheaded this thing. There are people that we can listen to and determine whether or not. I know one thing. I done found out that the virus, according to them, this vaccine does not even contain the virus. It contains elements that make your immune system recognize when some of the elements of the virus come in, and it automatically starts producing antibodies to fight against that, which makes the virus harmless to you. And so, our immune systems are a true miracle within the human body. The immune system is what actually allows us to be, we walking around all the time and unwanted things are invading our bodies, and our immune system is dealing with them. So that's all the scientists are doing with the vaccine, is helping the immune system to understand the culprit that's coming in wreaking havoc, and the immune system can be ready for it then. So, we have medical people among us, and I will listen to them tell me what we should do. And me and my followers, we're not people who don't believe in doctors. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad believed in doctors, and he told us that. As a matter of fact, when he'd be teaching sometime, he said, I thought maybe I could get away with it. He said, but, the doctor came by, and he may be in here. I believe he is. And he could have told you that he checked me over, and he said, these fellas know how to clock ticks in your body. And he could have told me whether or not I was well enough to come out today. He said, I'm scared, because he might have told you that I didn't see nothing wrong with him. I don't see why he couldn't come out. So the messenger just was letting us know he believed in doctors. So I do too. Like I told you, one of my friends, Dr. MacArthur, I wish he was still here. I trusted Dr. MacArthur, and he always looked out for our family. And so I have people that I trust, and I will let you know. But I know this, even though the vaccine is becoming available, I would, right now, I'm not in the danger. The people that's working and trying to heal us, they are the ones in the danger. And that vaccine should go to them first until all of those who are healthcare workers and many of them have died. Trying to heal people who didn't think enough to try to wear a mask and keep from getting the virus. So to let the health professionals and the health care workers and those people who kept the stores open and all of that kind of thing, if anybody should get that vaccine that will make them immune, it should be them first. And then when they are taken care of, then, and your truck drivers and your people who've been keeping things going, they should be the ones taken care of first. And then we, the rest of us. And that's my take on that. I'll let you know which ones. Right now, it seems that there's 2 out. And I know that those who are among us, if they did not think that it was something we should be messing with, they'd have been and told me. So I'm pretty comfortable with it. Okay. Any more questions? So, you know, I remember when the polio was a big thing. And, you know, I got immunized against polio when I was a little boy, along with everybody else that was in the school system. So everybody, I mean, everybody ain't got no dog in the hunt against us. You know, a lot of times the people that you distrusting are your own people. And you ought to cut that foolishness out. You can't go by what somebody look like now. Anyway, I'll leave that alone. Now I will take that question that fella had that didn't have nothing to do. Beg your pardon? Yes. What is it? May wa alaikum ala salam.
On the vaccination, right now it's still pretty new, and I know they're scrambling to get it because of the number of people that are being affected. But we need to kind of hold off on it because they're getting a lot of reports now, people having very bad adverse reactions. And, you know, vaccines normally take years for them to study and perfect. And this one, there's just still a lot too unknown. So I would wait on some more research on that and, you know, and see how it does for the people that are getting it before we start looking into it.
Okay, well, I will, you know, I will take that into advisement too. Yes, ma'am. We know that the long-term effects, you can't know them until long-term. You see, they usually vaccines take about 3 years or whatnot.
Yes, sir.
Study. And that's why the scientists are even telling us all that we should wear masks. Even if you got vaccinated, you should still wear a mask. And the long-term effects, they have acknowledged that they don't know yet. And so I'll grant you that. And some people have had adverse effects. They was talking about over in the UK. A few people had, but they had what you call them comorbidities, had allergic reactions to other things before. And so that was not totally unexpected. So, but we gotta do something to slow down all of these deaths. We got to do something. We let this fool stay in the White House who lied to us from the word say go. And now the whole country is ground zero for a pandemic, for a virus that could have been stopped before it got started. Anyway, thank you, sister. So, and I want to say to those who are listening that work in hospitals and whatnot, along with our nurses and people of in the scientific community. If it's any knowledge you want to share with us about anything, if I'm on there, you just call and I will let you speak. You speak as long as you want and share with us what we need to know. So always remember that this is a forum that I have open for truth, information that will help us to make rational and informed decisions and judgments, not based on superstition and gossip. So, all right. Anyone else? Yes, sir. What was that question they wanted to ask me?
Yes, sir. And it's from the man who calls himself DM. And he says, why didn't the Honorable Elijah Muhammad bring, and he puts in quotation marks, the Son of Man in front of the people?
He did bring me in front of the people. What do you mean? Why didn't he bring me in front of the people? You keep thinking that the Son of Man is flesh. The Son of Man ain't flesh. The Son of Man comes in the flesh. That's what Jesus told you. He said in the sixth chapter of John, he said, what if you shall see the Son of Man? This is the 62nd and 63rd verse. What if you shall see the Son of Man ascend up where he was before? It is the spirit, the mind that ascended, the spirit that quickened. The flesh profiteth nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told you who I am. And you are asking, well, why didn't he get with you and introduce you to what? Then how is that going to help you to be faithful? Master Farad Muhammad didn't stand up in front of the whole world and come here and tell everybody that he was Allah and that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was his messenger. You had to believe the Honorable Elijah Muhammad when he told you that. So, likewise, here's a good example right here. Just a moment.
Freedom to Iran, Elijah Muhammad, the preacher of freedom, justice, and equality to you, my poor black people who have been lost in the wilderness of North America for the last 400 or more years. You, my dear beloved brothers and sisters that is listening to my voice on this album, I want that you pay good attention to it. Our subject is the judgment. Judgment has been taught, and we have been warning that it is a day coming that we all will be judged. And whosoever Allah have mercy upon person have a great reward bestowed upon him. Because we live in a world guided by the open enemy, the devil himself. Therefore, being lost from our own people, wherein there was no one to teach us, no one to help us. All teachers was prevented from teaching us a very pitiable condition. Rebellion, when captured by the open devil in our native land, through deceit before the God who will judge us all. Who will this God be? The Son of Man, both Bible and Holy Quran declare. He will be a man, a son from a man, Son of Man. Not a formless spirit that the scientists, scholars of religion have given this name. So that judge on that day, the day of judgment in which we now live, will be a man. For only a man can judge rightly between man and man, because their nature is alike. Anything other than a man cannot judge our affairs, nor guide us in the right way that we will be successful. It's got to be a man. That when is the day of resurrection. This is the day of resurrection. You're living in it. When is the doom coming? When will be it taken place? Don't hurry for that day, because you're living in it now. The days of the judgment of God upon the wicked and the correction and separating the righteous from the wicked, according to many of the scholars on this subject, would be something like near 20 years. That time would be between 1380 and 1400 of the Arab terror. And of their scientists, which knows more about scriptures than the Christian could ever dream of. We now are living near these days, the dreadful days of judgment, the end of the judgment. Who will judge the Son of Man? Who is the Son of Man, you may question? He is a man that the Almighty God of the black man's nation made for the purpose of being the judge today. He's called and is known as the Son of Man. This makes it clear to you.
You know anybody else that's called and known as the Son of Man other than me? Told you. Ain't nobody's fault but yours if you don't believe it. The man standing here who is called and is known as the Son of Man, and you still don't believe. You didn't believe in the messenger. That's why you stopped following him. Now you want to ask me, why didn't he present me to you? What difference would that have made? He gave all of them. He gave me to everybody, and they rejected me. So y'all just full of it. And frankly, I'm sick of you pretending that you believed when I see you didn't believe in him. If you had believed in him, you would have been looking for what he told you was coming. The Son of Man is the Lord of the Sabbath day. The Lord is God. The messenger said, ain't nobody coming behind me but God. I better tell you that. He was telling you the Son of Man was coming out behind him. So you go and pretend with somebody else. Don't come in here pretending to me like you confused. No, you ain't. You just a disbeliever. And then, you know, Allah told me to say to you, oh disbeliever, I don't serve that which you serve, nor do you serve him whom I serve. Nor shall I serve that which you serve, nor do you serve him whom I serve. For you is your recompense, and for me is mine. You see? So they asked me about my food here. We got to eat today. So anyway, you know, people say all kind of things. I got all kind of witnesses to who I am. I'm gonna read George Washington's vision again, because he talked about me in his vision of me standing here trying to unite y'all again. And as he said, this is the title of it is Son of the Republic, Look and Learn. A vision of George Washington, the birth, the progress, and the destiny of the United States. So I'm going to read it. It says, the father of our country, George Washington, was a man of prayer. Many of us have read of how he went to the thicket many times to pray during the winter his army was at Valley Forge. However, little publicity has been given to the vision and prophecy he received at that time. The account of his vision was given in 1859 by an old soldier. He gave it to a writer, Wesley Bradshaw, who published it. In the vision, God revealed to George Washington that 3 great perils would come upon the Republic. He was given to know that America was going through the first peril of that time. The old soldier who told the story of the vision said the nation would soon see the account verified by the second peril descending upon the land. We give the account here as printed in the U.S. War Veterans paper, the National Tribune, in December 1880. Now, the National Tribune became the Stars and Stripes, and this article was later reprinted in that publication. Now, I will begin reading the vision. I do not know whether it is owing to the anxiety of my mind or what, but this afternoon, as I was sitting at this table engaging in preparing a dispatch, something in the apartment seemed to disturb me. Looking up, I beheld standing opposite to me a singularly beautiful being. So astonished was I, for I had given strict orders not to be disturbed, that it was some moments before I found language to inquire the cause of the visit. A second, a third, and even a fourth time did I repeat my question, but received no answer from my mysterious visitor, except a slight raising of the eyes. By this time, I felt strange sensations spreading through me. I would have risen, but the riveted gaze of the being before me rendered volition or mobility impossible. I tried once more to speak, but my tongue became useless, as if paralyzed. A new influence, mysterious, potent, irresistible, took possession of me. All I could do was to gaze steadily, vacantly, at my unknown visitor. Gradually, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to fill with sensations and grew luminous. Everything about me seemed to rarefy the mysterious visitor, also becoming more airy and yet more distinct to my sight than before. I began to feel as one dying, or rather, to experience the sensations I sometimes imagine accompanying one dying or death. I did not think, I did not reason, I did not move. All were alike impossible. I was only conscious of gazing fixedly, vacantly on my companion. Presently, I heard a voice say, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." While at the same time, my visitor extended an arm eastward. I now beheld a heavy white vapor at some distance, rising fold upon fold. This gradually dissipated, and I looked upon the strange scene before me. And before me lay out in one vast plain all the countries of the world: Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. I saw rolling and tossing between Europe and America lay billows of the Atlantic, and between Asia and America lay the Pacific. "Son of the Republic," said the same mysterious voice as before, "look and learn." At that moment, I beheld a dark, shadowy being, like an angel, standing, or rather floating in midair between Europe and America, dipping water out of the ocean in the hollow of each hand. He sprinkled some upon America with his right hand, while with his left he cast some over Europe. Immediately, a cloud arose from these countries and joined in mid-ocean. For a while, it remained stationary, and then it moved slowly westward until it enveloped America in its murky folds. Sharp flashes of lightning gleamed through at intervals, and I heard the smothered groans and cries of the American people. A second time, the angel dipped water from the ocean and sprinkled it out as before. The dark cloud drew back to the ocean in whose heaving billows it sank from view. A third time I heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." I cast my eyes upon America and beheld villages and towns and cities springing up, one after another, until the whole land, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, was dotted with them. Again, I heard the mysterious voice say, "Son of the Republic, the end of the century cometh. Look and learn." And this time a dark, shadowy angel turned his face towards southward from Africa. It says, and this time a dark, shadowy angel turned his face southward. From Africa, I saw an ill-omened spectre approach our land, slavery. It flitted slowly and heavily over every town and city of the latter. The inhabitants presently set themselves in battle array against each other. The Civil War. As I continued to look, I saw a bright angel on whose brow was traced the word Union. They even named it the Union Army, didn't they? He was bearing the American flag. He placed the flag between the divided nation and said, "Remember, ye are brethren." Remember when they wanted to secede from the Union and break up the brotherhood of the Union? Abraham Lincoln said, "No, we're not going to do that." Is that right? And then when they vanquished the Southern Army, Abraham Lincoln planted the standard, and what did he say? No, we're not gonna file any treasonous charges against the Confederacy. They just lay down their arms and take an oath not to rise up against the Union again, and they can go back and they can keep their property. They can keep. He just made peace with them and told them, "Remember, we're brothers." Huh? All right. He was bearing the American flag. He placed the flag between the divided nation and said, "Remember, ye are brethren." Instantly, the inhabitants, casting down their weapons, became friends once more and united around the national standard. At least in theory they did, didn't they? Then it says, again, I heard a mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." At this, the dark, shadowy angel placed a trumpet to his mouth and blew 3 distinct blasts. And taking water from the ocean, he sprinkled it upon Europe, Asia, and Africa. Then my eyes beheld a fearful scene. From each of these continents arose thick black clouds that were soon joined into one. And throughout this mass, there gleamed a dark red light, by which I saw hordes of armed men. These men, moving with the cloud, marched by land and sailed by sea to America, which country was enveloped in the volume of the cloud. And I dimly saw these vast armies devastate the whole country and burn the villages, towns, and cities which I had seen spring up. What do you see happening in this country now? When you look at that map of where the pandemic is, it's all over the country, ain't it? It says it devastated the whole country and burned the villages, towns, and cities which I had seen spring up. As my ears listened to the thundering of the cannon, clashing of the swords, and the shouts and cries of millions in mortal combat, I again heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." You notice you've heard the mortal combat that they call election voting. 74 million voted for Trump's, 81 million voted for Joe Biden, and they still clamoring about it. Is that right? It says, when the voice had ceased, let me go back to that part again. It says, as my ears listened to the thundering of the cannon, clashing of the swords, and the clashing of the spoken words. That's what swords is. S, spoken, W-O-R-D-S, spoken words. Do you understand? You notice they call certain parts of the in law, they call them canons. Is that right? Yes. And as my ears listened to the thundering of the cannon, clashing of swords, and the shouts and cries of millions in mortal combat, I again, you notice, the word of God is immortal. The word of man is mortal. And they were millions, the cries and shouts of millions in mortal combat. Huh? Speaking with the words of mortal, the mortal mind, the mortal as that which will die. Huh? I again heard the mysterious voice saying, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." When the voice had ceased, the dark, shadowy angel placed his trumpet once more to his mouth. Remember, the book says, "And the trumpet shall sound." Let's read it. Let's make sure we're on the same page here. Literally, in 1 Corinthians, the 15th chapter. Turn to it with me. I want you to see this. We're not going to just throw something out here. We're going to show it to you. 1 Corinthians chapter 15. And this is the 50. I'm going to start at the 50th verse. It says, "Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God." Flesh and blood cannot inherit knowledge. You have to be taught knowledge, which means you have to humble yourself to a teacher. "Neither doth corruption inherit incorruption." If you notice, you have never seen a child that was sinless. We born in the state of a sinful mind because we are born ignorant. And someone has to guide us, or we will destroy ourselves quickly. Is that right? So it says, "Neither doth corruption inherit." A child cannot inherit the righteousness of their parent. It has to be instilled in them. It has to be taught to them. "Withhold not correction from the child." If thou beatest him with the rod, he shall not die. Thou shalt beat him with the rod and deliver his soul from hell. So, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. While Abraham's seed, while Abraham was in a deep state of sleep spiritually, those who enslaved his seed were awake. I didn't hear you. A good example to prove a point. That's all, just to prove a point. Not to send you out of here all hot and bothered and mad and whatever. White people knew we were not Negroes. We the one didn't know it. Do you understand? They purposely mistaught us who we are. In order to enslave us, they had to lie to us. And in order to keep us in slavery, they had to keep lying to us. Okay. Now, it says, behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. Why? The devil was made to do what he did. Allah made him to be what he was. Like he made a hog, and the hog is nasty, and he's a nasty creature. But the scripture says when the Lord looked at everything he had made, he didn't just say it was good. He said it was very good. The part that you didn't get, that I'm here to give you, is that it was good for what it was made for. It wasn't made for food. So when you eat the pig for food, well, now you got a problem, because he wasn't made for food. Do you understand? Okay. So now, it said, we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. At what? At the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. Okay, let's go here. Now, they was all in mortal combat with each other with their mortal knowledge. And it says, and when the voice had ceased, the dark, shadowy angel placed his trumpet once more to his mouth and blew a long and fearful blast. If I ain't, you notice I've been on here talking almost 5 hours already. Is that right? Have you heard anybody coming in here throwing insults at me now? A long, fearful blast, huh? Didn't hear you. Then it says, instantly a light as of 1,000 suns. Well, let's go here and understand this. It's time to get to know the truth. That's all. The light is of 1,000 suns. Turn to 1 John. The 3rd chapter. Look at the first verse. It says, behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon who? Us. That wasn't talking about y'all. That was talking about the prophets and messengers. That we should be called the what? The sons of God. Now, when this one angel, this dark angel, this black angel, put the trumpet to his mouth. A trumpet have 3 valves on it. Is that right? The Torah, the gospel, and the Holy Quran. 3 valves. But I teach them and blow through them as one. Do you understand? And he said, blew a long, fearful blast. Instantly. You remember Paul, he said, for me to be present in the body is to be absent from the Lord. Huh? But to be absent from the body, I'll be what? Present with the Lord. So all Jesus, Moses, David, Solomon, all of the lights of God. Remember Jesus said, as long as I am in the world, I am the what? The light of the world. Well, as long as Moses was in the world, what was he? And David and Solomon and Muhammad, they were lights of the world, right? The light of this world is the sun, ain't it? Okay. What did George Washington's vision show him? He said this dark angel, this black man, put the trumpet to his mouth and blew a long, fearful blast. Instantly, a light as of 1,000 suns. Huh? 144,000 to be exact. I didn't hear you. Shone down from above. Mine is I am from above, ye are from beneath. I am of the heavenly knowledge, you are of the earthly knowledge. I am from above, a light from above. Huh? As he says, instantly light as of 1,000 suns shone from above me and pierced and broke into fragments the dark cloud which enveloped America. At the same moment, the angel upon whose head still shone the word union and who bore our national flag in one hand and a sword in the other. Are you aware that the truth is the light? Then the truth is the sword. You notice, I have your national flag in one hand and the light in the other. Sun, moon, and stars, light, ain't it? The sword in the other. Then it says, and he says, and there, at the same moment, the angel upon whose head still shone the word union, and who bore our national flag in one hand and a sword in the other, descended from the heavens. The Lord himself shall descend from where? From heaven. With what? Yes. And attended by legions of angels, white spirits, clean words, pure words. These immediately joined the inhabitants of America. Huh? You see, I told you I'm here to help, didn't I? They joined the inhabitants of America, who I perceived were well nigh overcome. You had been overcome by Donald Trump and everything. He had you, man. He had you. Him and all them who've been helping him, they've been destroying you, and you didn't even know you was being destroyed. But who immediately, taking courage again, closed up their broken ranks and renewed the battle. You see, you got back together. Look what you're doing in Georgia right now. Get together and vote them crooks out of there. Give President Biden what he needs to do things that's in the best interest of this country and to bring all these crooks to justice. I'm with you. And if I'm with you, you got a mighty good friend with you. Again, amid the fearful voice of the conflict, I heard the mysterious voice say, "Son of the Republic, look and learn." As the voice ceased, the shadowy angel for the last time dipped the water from the ocean and sprinkled it upon America. That's what I'm doing every time I go into the scriptures. I'm dipping my hand into the ocean. For all of the rivers run to the sea. All of the prophecies and all of the prophets' words are found in the ocean of scripture, in the Holy Bible and Holy Quran. And I'm dipping my hand into it and sprinkling it over you. And they call rain sprinkles sometimes. They say, well, we're expecting a few showers, a few sprinkles today. Is that right? Okay. And it says, as the voice ceased, the shadowy angel for the last time dipped the water from the ocean and sprinkled it upon America. Instantly, the dark clouds rolled back together with the armies it had brought, the armies of darkness that it had brought, leaving the inhabitants of the land victorious. Now, what happens when the clouds roll back and the sun is the only thing up there shining? This is what happens. Then once more, I beheld the villages, towns, and cities springing up where I had seen them before, while the bright angel planting the azure standard. Well, that is the sun, moon, and star. When you look up and see nothing but blue, you know you seeing the sun up there too. And other than that, when you look up at night and see that dark navy blue, you see the moon and stars, the azure standard, the sun, moon, and stars. Huh? Says and I planted it too. If you don't believe it, go look outside there. Then it says, now understand something. I didn't know that I was fulfilling this. I didn't know none of this. I was doing these things just to find out later that it was all in the plan. Do you understand? So it says, then once more I beheld the villages, towns, cities springing up where I had seen them before, while the bright angel planting the azure standard cried with a loud voice, while the stars remain and the heavens send down dew upon the earth, so long shall the union last. And taking from his brow the crown, which blazoned the word union or unity, he placed it down upon the standard, while the people kneeling down said, Amen, Lord. The scene instantly began to fade and dissolve, and I at last saw nothing but the rising, curling vapor I at first beheld. This also disappeared, and I found myself once more gazing upon the mysterious visitor, who in the same voice I heard before said, Son of the Republic, what you have seen is thus interpreted. 3 great perils will come upon the Republic, The most fearful for her is the third. But the whole world united shall not prevail against her. He it is who sent his messenger with the guidance and the religion of truth, that he may make it prevail over all religions, though the polytheists may be averse. Huh? Religions are ways of life. This way of life will prevail over all dictatorships and every other way of life that you come up with. I have chosen it, and I will perfect it. Let me get back to this. It says, Son of the Republic, what you have seen is thus interpreted. 3 great perils will come upon the Republic. The most fearful for her is the third. But the whole world united shall not prevail against her. Let every child of the Republic learn to live for his God, his land, and unity. In unity, there is strength. With these words, the vision vanished, and I started from my seat and felt that I had seen a vision wherein had been shown to me the birth, progress, and destiny of the United States. Also, that nation whom they shall serve will what? Will I judge? Who are you to judge another man's servant? Now you understand why Hitler and all of them failed. They failed for one reason: the United States of America. That's why in order for them to rise up again and racism to take root again, they have to destroy America first. So they keep saying America first, thinking that you don't nobody know what they're talking about. I know what you're talking about, and you're going to pay for it too. Yep. What's wrong? What's wrong? I'm just a dumb nigger. Remember, that's what you call me? A nigger, 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 nigger? I'm going to make you eat them words. Because you are what you eat. I don't say nothing I can't prove. Now, even your forefathers saw me coming to save your wretched soul. And you want to come in here talking crazy and cussing at me and attacking me? I'm not going to take it. Hell is where you're going to be. Yeah. Let me see here. What else did I want to show you? There was a lot of things I was thinking about, but I guess I took it from it because I don't need to say it no more. but yeah, I'm. How many of y'all don't believe I'm the Son of Man now? You know what throw people off? You were so used to seeing the holy prophets and the people that like that it's just like when you check the Honorable Elijah Muhammad out. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't talk like me. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't act like me. I mean, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was a holy man. He was, they called him, that was one of his titles, Dear Holy Apostle. Did you honestly think that the one to save you was going to come here holy and pure. I started off holy and pure. Couldn't stay that way. Not deal with you. No. I had to get down in here with you. And Allah told me, he said, now look, you give them warning from me. You ain't got to ask me no forgiveness. I still ask him forgiveness when I'm doing wrong. But he told me I didn't have to. He said, sacrifice and offering for sin, you have not required of me. But I'm requiring it of myself to make sure that I ask Allah's pardon for my afflictions. But he said, you give them warning from me. And whether they hear you or not, and I'm going to deliver you. You be delivering your soul. Don't you worry. I know you didn't choose this to be this way. You did it out of love for them and for me. Well, I'm here with you. I'm a lifeguard that's in the water with you. Not sitting up on the perch watching you drown. I'm here in the water with you. So it ain't no wonder I'm all wet like you. But it ain't drowning me. You notice them boys been talking over your head. You notice everything he said that was over your head, I told you what he meant by it. Didn't I? Think about it. The man been lying to you. Telling you, go out there like warriors and whatnot. Well, he got his army of physicians around him. When he got that virus, they jumped right on it for him, huh? They left you in there struggling, gasping for air. People dying so fast they had to pull refrigerator trucks. Had to have trailers, refrigerated trailers to stack dead bodies in. Thanks to Mr. Trump and those who called those Tea Party masquerading as Republican people. Now, Steve Schmidt, now he's a Republican. I could join with him. I mean, if he have to few corrections he need to make, because he made some mistakes too by going along with that foolishness they was doing to President Obama, not realizing the stage was being set. Huh? Donald Trump wished that he had the intelligence that Obama had. He wished that he was that. Let me show you something. Donald Trump went all around this country. Yes.
Steve Smith just switched to Democratic Party.
I know it. I know. Steve Smith is smart. Steve Smith understands that if you want to take your party back, you need to hook up with your brothers. Hook up with your brothers and get rid of the imposters. If enough people that was in the Republican Party join with the Democrats and vote all these people out, even if they don't become Democrats, just become independents and vote all them people, vote with the Democrats to vote all them crooks out of the Congress, then you take your government back. And not only that, the FBI, you need to definitely keep records of who did what. And if they was breaking laws, thinking they was getting away with it, you need to, when the government get right, you need to get all them people back and show them what happens to people who the American people put their trust in, and then they stab the American people in the back. And get these people who are the cause of, it looked like it's going to be about 400,000 or more Americans dying, and try them for crimes against the American people, crimes against humanity. Yes. What is it? May wa alaikum ala salam.
Yes, when the Muslims who followed the Honorable Elijah Muhammad were they supposed to worship the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or Master Farad Muhammad?
We were taught to worship the truth. If you look at the sayings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he told you that if you're dealing with truth, you are dealing with Allah. Now, as far as worshiping Master Farad Muhammad and worshiping the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, when you understand what worship means, yes, I worship the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and I worship the Master Farad Muhammad. Every word that you heard coming out of my mouth, I was shipping it out of my mouth. It came from the Master Farad Muhammad and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I was word shipping them. Now, did you have another question for me?
When you said you got to understand what worship is, could you explain that in a little more detail?
I just told you. You wasn't listening. Quote back to me what I just said to you.
You said that you understood what worshiping means and name.
See, now this is something that I'm going to tell you. In the FOI class, the Captain Edward Rashid taught us something, and he wasn't no perfect man. I know that. But Captain Edward Rashid gave me some good advice. He gave it to the whole FOI class. But as far as I was concerned, he's talking to me. He said, brother, you must learn to listen and then listen to learn. You see, you asked me a question that I had just answered for you if you had been listening. The understanding of the term worship, most people, they don't know what it actually means. It is two words. It is word, W-O-R-D, and S-H-I-P, ship. Every time we speak, we are shipping words out of our mouth. We are word shipping. Just like when you speaking to me, you are word shipping from your mind to my ear to my mind. At least that is what you are attempting to do. And so when we say, when you ask me, did the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teach us to worship him and worship Master Farad Muhammad? Well, in essence, he did. Because whatever I was teaching, whatever I was believing, and whenever I was out there selling Muhammad Speaks and talking to people, the knowledge that I was sharing with them, I got it from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I was word shipping the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's mind to those people. But when you all talk about worship, you don't know what you're talking about. But I'm here to put an end to that. That's why Jesus, when he spoke, he said, we know what we worship, and you worship that which you know not what. That's just another way of saying we know what we let fly out of our mouth. We understand what we are saying. But you speak that which you don't understand what you're saying. You see? Now, did you have another question?
Well, when Muslims who follow the messenger said, all praises due to Allah from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, is that in the content of what you're saying?
Well, first of all, when you really understood what you were saying, that was the right thing to say. We should have given thanks to Allah for giving us the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to guide us. All praise is due to Allah for Jesus. All praise is due to Allah for Moses. All praise is due to Allah. All praise belongs to the truth for giving to us the teachers that came to us. You know, it's like many people, when you hear me say, well, praise be to Allah, brother. What I'm saying here is the truth that's guiding me to this. The praise ain't this flesh here. The praise is the knowledge that is in this flesh that's guiding this flesh to do what it's doing. You know, the car don't take a bow when most of them Indianapolis cars, they all pretty much go the same speed. The car don't take a bow, the driver takes the bow. So, you know, the things I'm saying, I understand that it's not my flesh talking. You don't want to hung up on flesh, not me. That's why you all get deceived all of the time. Because you worship flesh. I don't. You don't even know what worship means. Because that's why y'all always name dropping. It don't make no difference to me whose name you drop. I'm more interested in the substance of what you are claiming that this person said. Most of y'all more interested in who said it rather than what was said. And that's why you don't follow me. And that's why you're going to be lost. And that's what the scripture said. But God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son of righteousness, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. He that believeth not on the Son of Man is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the word of God and the record that God gave of me. You see, if you believed in the scriptures, you have no choice but to believe in me. Of course, if you didn't believe in the scriptures, you ain't gonna believe in me. So that's just that simple. Did anyone else have a question?
I have one more statement I want to ask you.
You want what?
I have one more statement I want to
go ahead.
Inquire about anyway.
A statement or a question? You say you have a statement. That's not something to inquire about. An inquiry is a question.
Well, I saw the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was on a panel with some of the Sunni Muslims, and they referred to him as a prophet and a holy man, and he said, no. He said, I'm not a prophet. I'm just a messenger. And that's all he always brought.
Well, that's all messengers. Well, he wasn't. He wasn't a prophet in the sense of Jesus, Moses, David, and Solomon. Them. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't bring no scripture. That's why he said he was a messenger. But he did prophesy things and they came to pass. But it was no scripture. See? So as he said, I don't refer to myself as a prophet, even though the Bible called Elijah a prophet. He said, I don't call myself a prophet. He said, I'm a messenger. He said, what you need is direction. And direction is a messenger, not a prophet. He said, the prophets said, thus saith the Lord. He said, I'm here to point you to the Lord. He said, I say, here is the Lord. That's why the student enrollment was declaring to the Lord that indeed the Lord is the Lord. That's why everybody that got the student enrollment in the and got an X You know, you receive your X, you receive student enrollment. Because, you know, the reason he gave everybody an X was because he didn't know which one of us was the Lord. But he knew that that teaching that he had was designed to raise the mind of the Lord into the knowledge of who he is. And so, just like a child, you start off, when you let your life germ into a woman, all of the eggs of the woman is an X. She has the X chromosome. But the man, he has the X and the Y. You see? And so you're trying to fertilize that X chromosome. And the messenger, he had to fertilize my mind with truth. And he did that. And so now I know I'm the Lord and I am God. And I'm not apologetic for that. And I don't care. You can accept it or you don't have to. I'm not begging none of y'all to do nothing. You need me. I don't need you. And don't make no mistake. You ain't doing me no favor by following me. I had people talk to me like they some kind of way doing me a favor to follow me. You ain't doing me no favor. Better get your behind off your shoulder and put it back where it belongs. No, I'm the one doing favors. So, you know, I done took so much insults and all of that from y'all. I'm tired of it.
Son of man.
What is it?
I've heard you could give some examples of how when you was a little boy and sometimes your father would kind of scold you and say some things that you didn't like, but at the end and you became mature and you understood better. And then you appreciate all that he taught you from that point of your maturity.
Yes, I did.
A lot of times. Okay. And then when I hear you say that, and a lot of times the miscommunication, I don't know, just like I said, I'm from Florida. You said, I think you say from Mississippi. I know you've been in the.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out before you get yourself in trouble here, bro. My daddy said a whole lot of things that I didn't like, but I never disrespected my daddy by letting him hear me talk crazy back to him. I feared my daddy. Now, ain't no sense in y'all coming in here thinking that you can just do me any kind of way and I'm supposed to get over it. I got over it as long as you didn't know who I am. But you better start acting like you know who you talking to here. Now, unless you got some proof that I'm not the Son of Man. And if you ain't got no proof that I'm not the Son of Man, I suggest you tread lightly when you come in here to talk to me. If I told you I'm tired of being disrespected, I meant that.
But I'm trying to ask you, I don't know if I ever disrespected you.
Well, I ain't. If that didn't apply to you, it don't apply to you.
Thank you, brother.
I mean, I'm not accusing you. I'm just simply saying there's many of them out there knows that they have disrespected me. And I forgave it.
I watched your program and I've seen them disrespect you. I've seen the.
Okay, well then, yes, sir. I know if you've been around long enough, you done seen it. If you done been around me long enough, you done heard and seen the people disrespect me. And I simply said, now I'm tired of it, and I'm not gonna take it no more.
And I agree.
That's all. I'm just tired.
You said just what I wanted to hear you say.
Yes, sir.
I'm not, because I don't heard you say something to me, and you said with that snickling, I'm gonna throw you in hell, and I said, wow, what? Understand
something. Understand something. When I'm talking about the terrible things that have been done to us. And, you know, a lot of times I've talked to white people and I'll be telling him about the stuff that they did to us. And then I hear somebody snickering in the background, as though it was funny. And that angered me. That's all. I mean, it's just like I watched this woman in court and the judge got on her because they had messed around there and killed. Let me see if I can find it. I'll let you see what I'm talking about. You know, and I was proud of the judge for doing what she did, because she let's see. Let's see, I think this is it here. Court cam.
Please be seated. The record should reflect the attorneys for the state, the defendant Daniel Villegas, not
in court today to receive a sentence for using a dating app. One in your favor, one you did. The court schedule's backed up.
For July 5th.
Give me a minute. I'm gonna let you see what I'm talking about. People come in here and act like they don't know how you conduct yourself in court, but you know, and don't know what to expect. But I'm gonna show you something. People lie. I think this is it here. Let's see here.
Sentencing of 25-year-old Amanda Casal.
There's a lot of things that you can do, and your life doesn't have to be over because of a poor choice. You just have to accept responsibility for it and find a way to make something positive out of a very negative situation.
Casal has been found guilty of driving under the influence, causing a head-on collision that killed 31-year-old Jerome Zerker and severely injured his fiancée, 31-year-old Brittany Johnson. The couple have 5 children together. Prior to sentencing, the court will hear a powerful impact statement from the victim's children, read by his sister, Doreen Zerker.
Amanda, look what you did to my life. You ruined everything I had, like my dad's life.
Amanda seems devastated by Doreen's words. But Judge Kiana Lillard apparently hears some snickering from Casal's family sitting in the gallery.
You can go to whoever can sit here at a tragic moment like this and laugh and smile when somebody has lost a family member. This is a court of law. You cannot come down to the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice and act any way you want to act.
That's the defendant's mother, Donna Casal.
Because if you don't know how to act, you can go to jail. Ma'am, you are being taken into custody for criminal contempt. Your disruptive and disrespectful behavior disrupted today's proceedings, and you, ma'am, are going to the Wayne County Jail for 93 days for direct criminal contempt. Anybody else want to go? Try it.
As Casal is led to the county jail, Judge Lillard offers a stern reminder about etiquette in the courtroom.
These are very serious matters, and I understand you all are upset because your loved one is going to prison, but guess what? She's going to prison for the choices that she made.
After orders restored, Amanda Casal is sentenced.
It'll be the sentence of this court that you will serve 3 to 15 years in the Michigan Department of Corrections. If there's nothing further, that concludes this matter.
Casal only serves 3 years and is then paroled in February 2020. As for Amanda's mother, Donna, she spends the night in jail and appears before Judge Lillard the next morning. Donna seems to have learned a serious lesson from just one night behind bars.
Is there something you'd like to say? Yes, I deeply apologize for what I did. I was under a lot of stress. And I deeply apologize for what I did in your court. I just needed to get out. It's been very hard for me this year, and I know for the other family. And I'm so sorry for what I did. And I know it was wrong, and I apologize. Things have to be conducted in decency and order. I apologize. You can't come to court acting a fool. I know people watch a lot of shows on TV where you see different things happening in make-believe courtrooms that give people a skewed sense of reality, but this is real life here, and we just can't have people behaving like that. It can't be tolerated. So I will modify your sentence for direct criminal contempt from 93 days to 1 day with credit for time served, and you should be released today. God bless you. Thank you. And I apologize very sorely and for the other family.
Donna serves 1 day.
Thank you.
And is released.
Now, that's all a judge actually wants, is for you to show respect. It's just like people I've thrown in hell, I let them out even. Then they come right back in here and do it again, think I don't remember. Well, I'm sick of it. I can understand white people acting a fool with me if I was here to do them some harm. I can understand any of you acting a fool if I was here trying to do harm to you. All I'm doing is giving you the understanding of the word of God and offering you salvation. Didn't nobody make you dial into here? If you don't like me, just leave me alone. If you know what's good for you, you'll get on, leave me alone. And for you who hear me fussing and railing on somebody, if it don't apply to you, know this. I ain't got nothing against you. I ain't got nothing against nobody personally. But I do hate evil. And if you want to do evil, you better stay out of my face. Just leave me alone. So, anyway, the messengers of God, they were much different than I am. The book says that Allah made me a little lower than an angel. Yes. Why? Because if the earth had been inhabited by angels, we would have sent an angel to teach them. But the earth was inhabited by mortals, so Allah said, I'm going to create a mortal and let him teach them. And he can deal with them on their level. And so that's what I do. I deal with you on your level. So, any more questions or statements somebody wanted to ask or make? What is it?
Thank you, son of man. I appreciate your explanation, and I receive you with all honors and respect and praise. I wanted to ask you about Matthew 21 and 2.
Matthew 21 and 2. Let's see here. And when they drew nigh unto Jerusalem and were come to Bethphage unto the Mount of Olives, then Jesus sent 2 disciples, saying unto them, Go into the village over against you, and straightway you shall find an ass tied, and a colt with her. Loose them and bring them unto me. An ass is a donkey, and the colt is the offspring of the ass. I assume that's what you was talking about.
Right, I'm following you.
All right.
I want you to go ahead and continue to read that there and wait. What's the message that he's describing in this parable?
I mean, what you mean? That's not no parable. That's not a parable. That's him telling them to go and bring the ass's coat and the ass to him. And if any man say aught unto you, you shall say, the Lord hath need of them, and straightway he will send them. Obviously, Jesus had already spoken to the person. It's just like, when, there's things I was told about when Master Farad Muhammad was here. And the messenger was sent to the store, and the man gave him the messenger told him someone from the east sent me here to get, and the man gave the messenger whatever it is he wanted. Nothing spooky about that. That's, obviously Jesus had spoken and told the man what to say so they'd know who it was that was sending after. See, you all try to make this world has a habit of making perfectly explainable things into some great big mystery. Well, Jesus gave a little hint there when he said, if anybody asks you, you shall say, the Lord have need of them. And then they will let them go. So when they went and fed all of them 5,000 people, I think it was 5,000 people, and the little boy sat down, and Jesus told all of them to sit down. And so the little boy had brought a lunch, and Jesus told him, break it up there, and he began to break it and share it with those that was up there with him. The little boy wasn't the only one brought a lunch. It was if the little boy brought a lunch, do you suppose all them grown folk didn't bring no lunch too? So they all brought lunch and they sat down and shared it. And they fed the multitude that way, taught them how to share with one another. But these people had it like 3 fishes and 5 loaves, fed a whole 5,000 people. These people. They just make everything just into some great big mystery. But I don't do that. I break things down. Just like when I told you what God means. God means the grantor of dominion. That's an acronym for grantor of dominion. And then when people find out that God ain't no spooky something that you got out in space, then they want to go crazy and start telling, they say, well, there ain't no God there. Well, there ain't no God that you've been talking about. But I tell you what, if there ain't no God, how do you explain me standing up here talking to y'all for almost 5 hours? And you ain't able to produce an argument against nothing I say. I must be somebody. So anyway, I'll let you take over that in a while. Anyway, anybody else? It says all this was done that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet, saying, Tell ye the daughter of Zion, the daughter of prophecy, behold, thy king cometh unto thee, meek and sitting upon an ass, and a coat, the foal of an ass. It's just that simple. You see, so I remember the messenger said, you have been the donkey for white people. And now you had to loose us. They had to let us loose. And so now the truth has come sitting on the foal of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who was the donkey before me. Do you understand? So all praise is due to Allah. As the messenger said, Allah has loosed us. Yeah. So, any more questions? What is it?
May Allah alaikum.
May wa alaikum Allah salam.
Just a little information. I don't know if you were aware of this or not, but the name po' boy, that's actually another name that Southern white people give a crooked 2x4 stud that you can't do much with.
Yeah, I know. They call them po' boys. They are
Yes,
grade 3 llama. You can do something with it. It's just crooked. But that
was it.
Joe Biden called the Proud Boys the po' boys. Even in that he was being presidential. It's funny to me how these people, they want to go around trying to frighten everybody and get mad when nobody gets scared up. But anyway, the day for you walking around beating on your chest and hollering loud and frightening folks, that day gone, man. If you just don't know. You got to fake being mad. You ain't got no justification to be mad at nobody. That's just you faking. I got good reason to be angry. And if you know what's good for you, you leave me alone. Okay. I ain't gonna beg you either. Oh, let's see here. It was something else that I was going to show y'all. I forgot what it was. But anyway, it's almost been 5 hours now, y'all. So we going to spend this last little time with y'all. Was somebody else had something they wanted to ask me? Oh, you say you want to hear a Christmas song? Let me see here. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to do it. Let's see. In my mind, I want you to be free. To all of my friends, would you please listen to me? I want you to hear what I say. We wish you a Merry Christmas to each one of you. Silent night, holy night, all is calm. All is bright around yon virgin mother. Only infant so tender, sleep in a heavenly peace, sleep in a heavenly peace. Go on and rest your eyes and sleep, sleep in a heavenly peace. Ooh, silent night, holy night, shepherd's queen, head beside glory stream from heaven fall, heavenly hosts sing hallelujah. Christ the Savior is born. Ooh, Christ the Savior is born. Ooh, what a joy this day when Jesus as I sit around by the fireplace, watching the gleaming tree. If I had one wish in this world, it would be that all men could be free. Let's all join hands and celebrate the Savior's birth and give thanks unto the word of Jesus and his birth. Sleep in heavenly peace, sleep, sleep in a heavenly peace. Go home and rest your eyes and sleep, sleep in a heavenly peace. Merry Christmas, and we're meeting. Merry Christmas to all of you. just say Merry Christmas from the Son of Man and Temptations and the New Nation of Islam. So we been teaching for 5 hours and singing ain't too good after that. But that sure is a beautiful song. And boy, the Temptations know they did it to death, brother. Yeah. But anyway, treat each other right. And I'm going to tell you something else. Just because you don't celebrate Christmas, if you understand that they are celebrating the birth of a righteous man, what fault you find in that? Ain't nothing wrong with you wishing people Happy New Year, Merry Christmas. Even if you don't celebrate, people don't celebrate Savior's Day, but it's nice to hear people wish us a happy Savior's Day. Huh? That's just civilized. Anyway, anybody else had something they wanted to ask me before I get out of here? Well then, may Allah bless us all and keep us safe and in our right minds. And make sure you keep up that prayer. Oh Allah, please keep me in my right mind at all times. And let me not be or turn hypocrite or coward. And remove from me the evil state of mind and thoughts of devils. And place within me the righteous state of mind and thoughts that are in accord with thy righteousness and truth. Ameen. I gave you the short version of it. Use that prayer and get in these classes and learn. The messenger said it like this. He knew it was the Savior's Day. This is the day, the Sabbath day is the Savior's Day. He said, you are in a day of learning. If you do not learn, you are left behind. That's the part of harvest that's left, that's not taken. It's called stubble. It's the part that's left behind to be burned. All right. May Allah's Salaam Alaikum.